Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else, just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Haiji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yarrow's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Haiji continued, an army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Haiji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Haiji said, "These are the 10 flags that this subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Haiji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Haiji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Haiji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good, any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing." "Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Haiji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xie Wuwei was sitting next to Hua Qing Sai. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qing Sai shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor qi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "Ian, this is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Haiji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon, his furrowed brows relaxed and he waved his hand at the 2 disciples who were holding the white paper high. The 2 of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large kill character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kill character seemed to have turned into sword lights, slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Haiji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kill character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live. As long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th-rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag-bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Haiji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon flag-bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then, I will appoint you as the flag-bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall. Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the 2 disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find who you. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone, go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the Demon Territory, to eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons." The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ningqiang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yang was in Tianfeng Town, Shuiyu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shanqing Luo was in Spirit Snake Town, under Kai Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, and Xia Ningqiang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yang's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the star boundary's world energy tide, but it was also due to his wife's extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but young Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor Realm's third order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could young Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, young Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The young family fourth master and Dong Su-ju also knew that after this parting, the dust of the war of the two realms would likely settle, so even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, young Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word "kill" on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind young Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, young Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the kill banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant kill word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Haiji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw young Kai write the word "kill" on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision young Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word "kill" was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. Kill. Haiji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. Kill. 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 The heavens shook and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the High Heaven Palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of kill. Looking at each other from afar, they knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horse hide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ning Chang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ji Ying stood beside her and sighed softly. "You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There is no need to worry too much." I want to go with him. Xia Ningqiang bit her lip. Ji Ying said, didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield. I know, Xia Ningqiang nodded, but I still want to go with him. Ji Ying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ningqiang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tongxian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger. But we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister, Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Ji Ying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading. But brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain, I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Ji Ying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now. Brother. Xia Ningqiang looked at him in amazement. Ji Ying smiled and said, whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself. Xia Ningqiang was overjoyed. Many thanks, brother. Then, I'll go now. Seeing Ji Ying nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word kill written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered and he rushed in that direction. You will definitely return safely, Ji Ying shouted from behind. I know, brother, you take care too. Xia Ningqiang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground, revealing Xia Ningqiang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai but directly went in front of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, High Heaven Palace's Xia Ningqiang has come to receive order. Yang Xiao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ningqiang was the youngest among the sisters, so how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ningqiang, gently nodded and said, Enter the ranks. Yes. Xia Ningqiang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ningqiang enter the ranks, Su Yang looked up at Yang Kai on the Heavenly Phoenix Town side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, if you dare to say anything, just try it. Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, Everyone is here. Let's set off. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in midair. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag-bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left? Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. Put away the flag. Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. Oh. Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon Yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai. Brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long, you have to take care of others. Get the hell in there. Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Seas main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wuyi pointed at the sand table and said, Ding Chou army will be in charge of this spirit array, with Bing Wei army as support. You must ensure that the spirit array operates effectively without any mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, General Master. Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei army will be in charge of this spirit array, and your Ding Chou army will be the support. The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. If this old master can't do it, do you think you can? General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy, just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wuyi said indifferently, Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the Great Emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the Great Emperors. As long as the Great Emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them. Hearing that this was the decision of the Great Emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bing Wei army was stronger than the elderly man's Ding Chou army and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wuyi pointed to another place. This spirit array is. Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wuyi smiled slightly. You're finally here. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order Emperor Realm Masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Master, greetings, seniors. Li Wuyi reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you're here. Ian, let me introduce you. Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. This is the Palace Master of the Northern Territories High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other. There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew. Not to mention Li Wuyi, Yang Yang was also present, and there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wildlands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false Emperor Realm Masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Kang Mo. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Kang Mo. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Kang Mo was in the Star Territory. Kang Mo was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territory's Wu Heng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wu Heng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Heng Luo starfield, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wu Heng was no match for Kang Mo, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Kang Mo to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Kang Mo saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Kang Mo was naturally jealous. So after returning to the star boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Cheongchi appeared and beat Kang Mo into a pig's head. After two grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between two enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Kang Mo, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Kang Mo did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the two, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the two. Li Wuyi and Yang Inflammation were clear about it, but now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything, so he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai: "The overall situation is more important." Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundary's Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wuyi introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundary's legions. The main reason was that the division of the astral legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like every generation produces talented people or heroes emerge from the young to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Kang Mo? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these two on the battlefield. However, Li Wuyi smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Haiji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wuyi's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Haiji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end, he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Haiji was in the Wu Yin army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Haiji go no matter what. With Haiji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu Yin army. Old man Fu snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu Yin army's pearl be covered in dust." For the Wu Yin army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, Lord Yang, the Wu Yin army's Jizi army originated from my Wu Yin army. Without the Wu Yin army, your Jizi army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu Yin army needs anything on the battlefield, the Jizi army is on call at any time. Yang Kai immediately replied. Old man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer. No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu. Ha ha ha. The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts. Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, there are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield. Don't be in a hurry. Li Wui raised a hand to stop him. Stay and listen. When the time comes, we'll need your Jizi army's help. Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique. Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower plains? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women? Yang Inflammation snorted. You can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was? Your old flame. Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. Wukong. Ah! Yang Yang exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it? Li Wui shook his head. There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. You saw Wukong? How did you escape from him? Yang Kai smiled. He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there. That's true, Yang Inflammation nodded. Is Senior Red Dust alright? Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the Great Emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time? It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the space spirit bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Haha, come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Young Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bing Yun nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Kai Yang sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "It's already been resolved." "That's good." Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. "You should have heard what I said just now, right?" Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, "Do we need to wait for the Great Array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds?" He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, "The demon race is brave and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end." Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky and the others. Even Demon Sky Path has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Kanyi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long, who knows what the situation is on the other side? Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. "You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, we can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive." Yang Kai nodded. Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite. Li Wui chuckled. Exactly. They should be the anxious ones, so we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when Astral Boundary gains the upper hand. Yang Kai thought for a moment. Then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as Astral Boundary stability can be maintained, any price is worth it. I understand. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know. Li Wui said, there's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, your GZ army has something to do. Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon race swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Haiji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders, or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wu Yin army, Fu Renjie, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjie laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu Yin army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjie's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjie cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not. I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjie laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Haiji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjie said in a low voice, Kang Mo. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjie laughed loudly. I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Kang Mo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Kang Mo's Joshin army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu Renjie said, Although I don't know what grudges you have with Kang Mo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy Kang Mo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjie quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bing Chen army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bing Chen army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu Yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSK. Speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bing Chen army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then, he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then, he looked at Haiji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, with this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Yes. Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. Good. Fu Renjie took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. Master Fu, you flatter me. Fu Renjie turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right? Yes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, this old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the Third Order Dao Source Realm from the Emperor Realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it, if I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes, speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjie's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it. I'll try my best. Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want to share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjie laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjie waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjie off, Haiji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, they quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out. Tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The Southgate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Haiji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yang, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yang's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. "Master." Cough. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yang said, "I heard that the Bingchen army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me." Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, "Let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun." Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yang had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yang nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yang to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yang fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yang's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. "Even if no one saw, you can't be like this." As she spoke, Su Yang ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yang pursed her lips and smiled, "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense." Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army." "So, junior brother." "What junior brother?" Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yang changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. "Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor." "Bear with it until when?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yang said in a small voice, "When the dust of the war of the two realms settles." Yang Kai chuckled, "You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched." Su Yang pinched his arm. "Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we are doing this for your own good." Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, all right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right?" He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. "Who cares about you?" Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. "I will make it up to you in the future." Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yang back into his embrace. "How will you make it up to me?" Su Yang blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. "Tell me honestly, who suggested this?" "I won't tell you." Su Yang shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. "Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later," Yang Kai said fiercely. "It wasn't her. Don't ask." Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yang both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, "Who are you? The Third Day Army's camp is not to be trespass." As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out and raised her hand, "Don't be rude." The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed, "Greetings, Brother Yang, Junior Sister Liu." Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled, "It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations." The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Liu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Liu Xianyun was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Liu Xianyun smiled sweetly, "I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored master is full of praise for her." The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yang. "Junior sister Liu, you are here for?" Yang Kai looked at her. Liu Xianyun said, "On the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for master." Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured, "Master, please." Yang Kai nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Liu Xianyun stopped and turned back, "Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master." Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yang. After a while, Liu Xianyun came out with a strange expression, "Honored master is not here." "Master, please follow me." Yang Kai said, "Does Senior Bing Yun have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while." Liu Xianyun shook her head, "I don't know. Honored master left a message saying that master is here and will take you to another place to see her." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Liu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bing Chen army. Along the way, they met many Bing Chen army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the 3 of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Liu Xianyun was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Liu Xianyun cupped her hands and said, "Honored master, the GZ army's Lord Yang has come to visit." Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside, "Come in." Liu Xianyun reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yang, "Please." Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 3684. Bing Yun wasn't the only one in the tent. Ji Yarrow was there too. Yang Kai looked at the decorations in the tent and realized that this should be Ji Yarrow's tent. Ji Yarrow was the commander of the Bing Chen army and had a high position. Naturally, she had the right to have her own personal space. However, he didn't know why Bing Yun would meet him here. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and bowed. Behind him, Su Yang also bowed. "Disciple greets master." Bing Yun smiled and raised his hand. "Rise. We aren't outsiders. There's no need to be so courteous." Yang Kai straightened his body and looked at Ji Yarrow, who was standing behind Bing Yun. He smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many years. Junior sister Yarrow is still as elegant as ever." Ji Yarrow lowered her head and bowed. "Greetings, brother." Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. It was hard to detect. "Sit down and talk." Bing Yun pointed to a chair at the side. Yang Kai was terrified. Junior can just stand in front of senior. Bing Yun glared at him. "Don't call me senior. Now that we are all army commanders, we should be on equal footing. In the future, On the battlefield, my Bingchen army might have to trouble you. Do you have to be so courteous with me? Since he had already said this much, Kai Yang thought about it for a moment, then no longer insisted and sat down. Bing Yun smiled. That's right. Not to mention that our two sects have always supported each other. My precious disciple's heart is also with you. We are a family. You don't have to be so courteous in the future. Yang Kai had a guilty conscience. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he nodded. Bing Yun changed the topic. I heard from Army Commander Li that you have been in the lower dimension territory for the past 10 years. Is everything okay in the lower dimension territory? Yang Kai replied, everything is fine in the lower dimension territory. There aren't any major issues. That's good. Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai originally thought that she had called him over because she had something important to discuss with him, but who would have thought that after they sat down, Bing Yun didn't have anything to say, so she just casually chatted with him. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all her questions. On the other hand, Bing Yun had been the Legion commander for many years. Yang Kai was new here and had some questions to ask her. Bing Yun did not hide anything and shared her experience of leading the army to fight against the demon race. Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot, so he memorized it carefully. As the two of them chatted, Su Yang and Ji Yarrow were also whispering to each other behind their backs, smiling from time to time. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know why they were so happy. Half an hour later, while Bing Yun was drinking tea, Su Yang said, Master, when Disciple was cultivating recently, Disciple's Emperor's core felt blocked when it traveled to Dantian. Is there a problem? Bing Yun turned to look at her. Su Yang blushed and lowered her head. Bing Yun smiled. Come with me, I'll check for you. Yes. Su Yang responded respectfully and followed Bing Yun out of the tent. After the two of them left, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ji Yarrow. Junior sister Yarrow, is there a problem with Su Yang's cultivation? If there was a problem with cultivation, it was not a small matter. If it was light, one's emperor's core would reverse and impact the meridians. If it was serious, one's cultivation would go astray and become the demon race. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't I heard her mention it? Ji Yarrow faintly rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, then turned and walked into the tent. Kai Yang was bewildered by her actions, so he asked a few more questions. Who would have thought that Ji Yarrow still wouldn't pay attention to him? After entering the tent, she directly closed the bead curtain. Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yang's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yang away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain, clenching his fists and coughing lightly. Junior sister Yarrow. There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yarrow's breathing become a little faster. Can I come in? Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yarrow's low voice called out, Who's stopping you? Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yarrow's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities, so Ji Yarrow's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yarrow was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered, like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like old man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief, acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yaro's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yaro twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me, who provoked you? Ji Yaro sighed and whispered, I don't have the face to see anyone. What? Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. What do you mean you don't have the face to see anyone? Ji Yaro sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, Why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little junior sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help? Yang Kai had already thought of this, but at this moment, he pretended not to know and asked in a stunned voice, You mean? Ji Yaro blushed and said, Honored Master deliberately came here to see you, and little junior sister casually found an excuse to leave with Honored Master in order to give you some space alone with me. Yang Kai's eyes widened. They all know? Ji Yaro covered her face with her hand. I really don't have the face to see little junior sister in the future. What should I do? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her hand away from her face, comforting her, even if that's the case, it's nothing. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yang know, then we don't have to be so sneaky in the future. No. Ji Yaro shook her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. If little junior sister wasn't little junior sister, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But she is little junior sister. If this were to spread out, as a senior sister, how could I steal junior sister's man? Then what should we do? They already know. Ji Yaro bit her red lips, hesitation and struggle in her eyes. After a moment, she looked at Yang Kai and said miserably, Let's not meet in private in the future. This is the last time. Yang Kai blinked. Before he could say anything, Ji Yaro had already leaned over and lightly pressed her cold lips against his. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Yang Kai didn't have time to taste that touch of cold softness. Ji Yaro had already stood up and said in a trembling voice, Go. How could Yang Kai leave? He reached out and pulled Ji Yaro into his arms. While she was gasping in surprise, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. For a moment, he was in a daze, his mind was in a mess. On the fragrant bed, two hot bodies were entangled. At first, Ji Yaro resisted a little, but after 3 to 5 breaths, she was already panting heavily. Her arms were wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, her clothes were messy. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ji Yaro didn't resist this time. In the past, when he took off her clothes, she would firmly defend it. But this time, she didn't resist at all. Encouraged by this, Yang Kai became even more ferocious. While he was busy, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused. His eyes widened as he reached out and grabbed the quilt beside him, covering Ji Yaro's messy clothes. Then, he turned his head and looked over. Ji Yaro was panting, her face flushed red. Gasping for breath, she said, What? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another person in the room. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of energy just now. Ji Yaro was shocked. Looking over, she saw a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The owner of the figure lifted the pink curtain and stared in front of her with a shocked expression. The person who came didn't seem to expect to see this scene. For a moment, she was in a daze. You are Yu Meng. Ji Yaro frowned. She immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. At the same time, she also knew how she appeared here. She must have activated the space spirit bead connected to Yang Kai. That was why she appeared here. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently. He laughed and said, Are you Meng? Why are you here? There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yang Kai was half lying on Ji Yaro's body. At this moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even if it was a woman close to him, she would be ashamed to be seen like this. I just came to see you. You are Yu Meng said casually, because I felt that you were nearby. With the Heart Seal secret technique, when Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory, she had already sensed it. However, it was inconvenient for her to move during the day. Moreover, Yang Kai was new here, so he must be busy with many things. So, she thought that she would find him at night. Chapter 3685. This. Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Yu Meng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yarrow and sneered, "You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help?" "Help? Help with what?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu Meng glanced at Ji Yarrow and chuckled, "This girl's primordial yin hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her. Cough. Don't make trouble." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Yu Meng was talking out of anger or something else. Yu Meng curled her lips and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women, have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more." As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. "Why don't you and I do a demonstration first and let my sister watch from the side?" Not only did she say this, but Yu Meng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yarrow also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk, I'll go outside and take a look." She fled in panic. Behind her came Yu Meng's charming laughter. After Ji Yarrow left, Yu Meng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yarrow's room. Isn't this like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting?" Yu Meng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Yu Meng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Yu Meng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. "When did you get together with her?" Not long. Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Yu Meng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, "No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing." Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. "Originally, when Su Yang and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them, but now it seems, haha." Yang Kai was stunned. "Su Yang and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yang?" Yu Meng smiled and said, "They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future. What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Yu Meng laughed again and again. "What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you agree with them?" "Why would I agree with them?" Yu Meng sneered. "This queen does not need others to tell her what to do. That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Yu Meng smiled sweetly. "I didn't agree at first, but now it seems." As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted and he let out a strange cry. "It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you?" The strange cry alarmed Ji Yarrow in the outer tent. Ji Yarrow asked nervously, What's wrong?" Yu Meng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, No, nothing." There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Yu Meng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, "Stinky thing. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Ji Yarrow looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Meng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight, he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Ji Yarrow looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy, she quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ji Yarrow's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him, distressed. How could this be? What did she do to you? Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Meng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Meng's interference, he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Ji Yarrow walked out of the tent. Su Yang was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yang frowned. "Did Yu Meng come just now?" "You saw her." Yang Kai blushed. Su Yang said, "Honored master said that she sensed Yu Meng's aura." "Why did she come?" She looked at Ji Yarrow worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Ji Yarrow sent them off. After returning to the GZ army's encampment, Su Yang returned to Tianfeng Town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Haiji came to report that the GZ army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Haiji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, "Master, Ling Shi's fan commander, Master Xin Yu has made some food and is bringing it over." Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shanqing Luo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, "Tell her to come in." "Yes." The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shanqing Luo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed. "This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir." Yang Kai laughed. "There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, come, let me see what delicious food you made." Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yang. Then, he failed with Ji Yarrow. Then, he was caught in bed by Yu Meng. At this time, Shanqing Luo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock. "There's nothing." The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shanqing Luo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, "There is, but I don't know if it's to husband's taste." After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. "Did your eldest sister send you to test me?" Shanqing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai, indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, "If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act?" Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled, "I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone." Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood, "You want to eat alone." Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly, "So what if I do?" Yang Kai was shocked, "How dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later, that's my business." Shanqing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him, "I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, our Luo can leave now." Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shanqing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent, "Let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste." Shanqing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Haiji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that a Luo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the 7 Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wuyi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the 7 Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory's source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjie's words. Fu Renjie was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, the Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl, and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yang in the Western Territories GZ Army camp. Su Yang was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yang was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yang walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master, this subordinate didn't see anything." After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattledrum. Su Yang blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yang looked down at the round pearl in her hand and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan, so when Su Yang heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yang nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything. Shut up." Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yang's emperor chi calmed down and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head, "It's useless." She tried several times but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yang's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." "Yes." The patrol captain, Yu Meng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yang knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time, it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yang's tent. With the previous experience, Su Yang was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. Why is it like this again? Last time, it was like this. He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, Master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, replying to Master, "This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you, one that concerns the survival of the star boundary. The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. Master, please instruct this lowly one. This lowly one will do his best until the day he dies. It's not that serious, just stand still and don't resist. Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yang. Take him. Su Yang circulated her emperor chi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yang next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yang cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. Try taking a few more, Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yang was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor chi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. Try a few more and see where the limit is. Yang Kai led Su Yang through the camp, leaving behind a barren land wherever they went. Half an hour later, Haiji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yang somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. Master, something has happened. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Haiji said in a deep voice, this lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp. Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Haiji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder. Master, why do you have such an expression? Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yang and said, Master Fu, the commander of the Wu Yin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself. Oh. Su Yang nodded obediently. I'll continue with my work. Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Haiji, communicating with the Star Territory's source, and his figure quickly blurred. Haiji frowned. Where is Master going? What about the intruder? Su Yang glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Haiji. Haiji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment, his face lit up with joy. Master succeeded. Su Yang nodded. This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army. Haiji suddenly frowned. No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here? Su Yang nodded again. He told me to do it. Haiji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army. Su Yang said, he called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation. One Realm Bead. Haiji raised his eyebrows. Is this derived from the sealed world bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madam's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yang replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Haiji's eyes flashed. Su Yang was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for first-order emperors, then what about second-order emperors? Third-order emperors? What about false emperors? Since the function of the One Realm Bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally, the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the One Realm Bead, Haiji said, Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the Master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the Master later. As for the Master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word. Su Yang heard this and said, the Master has instructed that when he's not around, Yaozhong army should act according to his discretion. Haiji smiled, many thanks, madam. After the birth of the first One Realm bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yang had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Haiji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the One Realm bead still spread quickly. The GZ army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Haiji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the One Realm bead in Haiji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjie said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Haiji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the One Realm bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjie. When Zishan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the One Realm bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the One Realm bead was in the hands of Haiji. Although Haiji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the One Realm bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the One Realm bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yang over to ask about the One Realm bead. Su Yang was at her wit's end after the Bingchen army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the realm bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wu Yi ordered Haiji to send the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Haiji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wu Yi wasn't. Haiji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander, so he obediently sent the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Haiji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the One Realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more One Realm beads. Therefore, even though the One Realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Haiji couldn't chase them away no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Haiji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the One Realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Haiji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a One Realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1 million people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, it would be enough as long as the One Realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first One Realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the One Realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Yu Meng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo appeared at the same time. Looking at each other, Bei Li Mo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You too also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Yu Meng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by iron blood and serene soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bei Li Mo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death. Yu Meng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bei Li Mo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivators walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the Martial Beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side, with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Haiji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Haiji was in charge. After observing for a while, Haiji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Haiji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Haiji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seemed to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Haiji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood, but with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, They saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the two realms. Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Haiji exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world that could make the three great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the star boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Can Yi. Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Meng. Wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Can Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Can Yi. After a shocking battle, Can Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered? Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time. Even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Can Yi's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Haiji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Can Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the star boundary. Fortunately, the three great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Can Yi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Haiji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the star boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1, how could Can Yi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Can Yi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Can Yi, but Can Yi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the Astral World Army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Can Yi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The Great Emperor's Night Shadow, who had the Shadow Demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Icefeather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Can Yi's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Are you a man or a woman? Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. Aren't you guys curious? Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity. Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Can Yi together. Can Yi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. Why are you here? Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Can Yi still didn't answer and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The 3 great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Can Yi's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Jiao Zhon's disciple replied. Using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that Heaven's Revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Iron Blood and Beast Warrior. The two secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying. As one of the great emperors, even if Kenyi appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kenyi once and for all. Can you turn back? Zhong Wu Hen asked again, his face full of sincerity. You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives? Serene Soul also said, if you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones. Beast Warrior said, but you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman. Heh. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kan Yi, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. It seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kan Yi's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Haiji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Su Yang and said, send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here. Su Yang replied, I've already sent a message. Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kan Yi's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yang immediately contacted Yang Kai. What did Master say? Haiji asked. Su Yang shook his head. No response. Maybe he's busy. Haiji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, everyone, quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant, in case of any unexpected events. The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Haiji, Master, do you think they'll fight? Haiji said, Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it? After saying that, he shook his head. However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation. On the other side, Kan Yi stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, Duo. His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhong Wu Hen had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kan Yi's every move, and when Kan Yi spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kan Yi and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Iron Blood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Mo Huang's reaction was slower than Iron Blood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Iron Blood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Mo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Kan Yi, the sky changed color. Serene Soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Kan Yi's mind. Kan Yi moved, and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Iron Blood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's revelations was used before making their move. But Kan Yi obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the 4 great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The 4 of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Kan Yi was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Kan Yi actually didn't move. Iron Blood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already narked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Kan Yi's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhong Wu Hen's fist landed on Kan Yi's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Kan Yi's body, and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Kan Yi's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Kan Yi's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhong Wu Hen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwave spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived. With the combined power of the 3 great emperors, even if Kan Yi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Kan Yi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Kan Yi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Kan Yi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Kan Yi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the 3 great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the 2 worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard, what a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Kan Yi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person? In this short instant, he already understood how Kan Yi had broken the seal. Kan Yi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the 2 worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the 2 worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Kan Yi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Kan Yi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the 2 worlds, Kan Yi would also be attacked by the 2 worlds, and would have to pay a price. But now that Kan Yi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yarrow Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Yi, his back." Within the black spot, Zhong Wu Hen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him, and he shouted, "He's here." Chapter 3689. What? Mo Huang stared blankly at Zhong Wu Hen. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression turned cold as he looked at the black spot in front of him. A pair of huge palms suddenly stretched out from the black spot and grabbed both sides of the black spot. Then, with a push, the black spot suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, several figures of varying heights and sizes were lined up in a row. These figures had crossed over from another world, but they seemed to be strolling leisurely. When they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure of the demon saint suddenly swept out, causing the astral plane to tremble. In the east, the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy as the sun rose. The demon saint from the demon territory had all appeared. Mo Huang bared his teeth and finally understood what Zhong Wu Hen meant. The demon saint had crossed over. He also finally understood why Zhong Wu Hen's face was slightly pale when he rushed back. Presumably, he had already fought with the various demon saint in the darkness. However, there was one thing that Mo Huang couldn't understand: why were the demon saint waiting on the other side of the passage between the two realms? Once Kenyi opened the passage, they appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that even if Kenyi was in the astral plane, he could still contact the demon saint from the demon territory? Otherwise, how could they work together so seamlessly? There was no time to think about it, as it was useless anyway. The passage between the two realms had already opened, and the demon saint had already arrived. There was only battle. Looking over, Mo Huang saw no less than 10 figures. Yang Kai had already reported all the information from the demon territory, so Mo Huang could distinguish who these 10 figures were at a glance. Power Demon Huang Wuji, Blood Demon Xue Li, Flame Demon Kai Yang, Feather Demon Fu Yu, Stone Demon Mo Kan, Bone Demon Ji Meng, Sand Demon Yu Qiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Kai, and Red Demon Hua Bi Yu. Each and every one of them represented the pinnacle of the devil territory. Especially the devil Desolate Limitless, his tyrannical aura overflowed to the heavens, causing Mo Huang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. According to Yang Kai, this guy was the strongest in the demon territory. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really lived up to his reputation. Compared to the other demon saint, Endless Wilds gave him the most pressure. Huang Wuji's face was expressionless. His eyes looked left and right like a hawk looking at a wolf. Beside him, Xue Li grinned maliciously. The 2 balls of ghost fire in Gomeng's eyes flared. When no flower appeared, his figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. In front of him, Kanyi gradually appeared. No flower urged on his demon essence, enveloping him and bringing him back to his camp. Swish swish swish, Chang Tian, Yu Meng, and Bei Li Mo rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Huang and the others. Ripples appeared in the air as more people appeared. There were 4 of them. One was a dignified and beautiful woman, one was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, one had an incomparably strange aura, and one was an old man with white hair and beard. Hua Ying, Bing Yu, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill all appeared. 10 against 10, there wasn't any difference in numbers. Each of them was at the pinnacle of strength, the peak of martial arts. Although they hadn't really fought, the silent collision of their auras was enough to turn the universe upside down and shatter the 4 poles. The originally huge black hole suddenly expanded several times, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. With the demon saint and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to involuntarily gasp for breath. Endless Wilds coldly swept his gaze over the great emperors, revealing a look of disdain. His gaze only paused for a moment on the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. Just now, Zhang Wu Hen had rushed into the demon territory, fought with the demon saint, and escaped unscathed. Endless Wilds also felt that he was difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to Yu Meng and Bei Li Mo, he coldly snorted, "Traitors." Yu Meng ignored him, while Bei Li Mo cried out, "Eldest Wilds, I was forced, I didn't want to do this." Endless Wilds coldly snorted, "Get over here now and I'll spare your life." Bei Li Mo's eyes lit up. "Really? Her words moved, but there was no trust in her eyes. After speaking, she sighed faintly, but this little sister is currently under someone else's control. If I go over, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death. Eldest Wilds, why don't you help me kill someone? This little sister will turn over a new leaf.
Who?
Endless Wilds snorted. It's that stinking brat young Kai. Bailey Mo didn't hide anything. That bastard planted a soul brand in my knowledge. See, I have no choice but to obey him. Endless Wilds narrowed his eyes. Do you even believe your own words? But that's the truth. Bailey Mo's eyes flashed innocently. Scram. Endless Wilds angrily pointed a finger at Bailey Mo. Slut, you'll be the first to die. Bailey Mo's face paled as tears streamed down her face. No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. Eldest Wilds, you're forcing this little sister to walk down a dark path. Turning to look at Yu Meng, she asked, why don't you help me talk to Eldest Wilds? Don't give me that. Yu Meng was too lazy to pay attention to her. What's with all this nonsense? She wasn't worried that Bailey Mo would return to the demon race's camp. Not to mention the fact that Bailey Mo was now under Yang Kai's control. Her previous actions had already caused her to lose her foothold in the demon race. Bailey Mo wasn't a fool. How could she really believe Endless Wilds' words? If she really went over, even if she wasn't beaten to death, she would have her cultivation sealed. After a few words, they didn't agree. Endless Wilds no longer paid attention to these traitors and instead turned to the 7 great emperors of Star Boundary, grinning fiercely. I've heard so much about all of you. Iron Blood gently nodded. Likewise. Do you want to fight or surrender? Endless Wilds asked again. Iron Blood smiled faintly. Are you so confident? Endless Wilds slowly shook his head. You don't have a chance. Star Boundary is already in the hands of my demon race. If you surrender, you may still have a chance to live, but if you fight, you will die without a doubt. Iron Blood lightly said, since that's the case, why waste your time talking nonsense? If you really have the ability, go ahead and kill us. As long as you can kill us, Star Boundary's beautiful world will naturally be yours. Endless Wilds snorted, short-sighted and stubborn. Iron Blood smiled, born here, raised here, it is my duty to kill the enemy. Then there's nothing more to say. Endless Wilds didn't say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints' demonic chi suddenly surged and they all attacked together. In an instant, demonic chi filled the world and the destructive power of the divine technique bombarded the great emperors. The great emperors naturally reacted quickly, led by Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhon Wu Hen. Their emperor chi madly surged and their principles surged as they used the divine technique to meet the oncoming attack. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored lights bloomed and shockwaves spread out, shattering the void and shattering the sky wherever they passed. Star Boundary's 55 legions were instantly thrown into disarray, but fortunately, all of them had been practicing their battle formations during this period of time and were prepared for this, so they cooperated to resist this attack and didn't suffer too many losses. As the streams of light shot out, figures shot out from the battlefield one after another. They split up in different directions and flew into the distance. Zhon Wu Hen and the others were stunned. They never expected these demon saints to be all bark and no bite. After a feint, they actually scattered. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to stay here for long and were instead going deep into the Star Boundary. The great emperor's expressions turned cold, and when they exchanged glances, there was no need for words. Yu Ruming and the other 2 demon saints split into 10 different directions and chased after a demon saint. If Endless Wilds and the others really stayed here to fight the great emperors, Zhon Wu Hen wouldn't have been afraid of them. It could even be said that the Star Boundary's side had at least a 70% chance of winning. After all, this was the Star Boundary, and the great emperors were all recognized by the world. With the world's will supporting them, it was better to fight in their homeland than the demon saint coming from afar. Who would have thought that the 10 demon saint wouldn't give them this opportunity and seemed to have other plans? No matter what Endless Wilds and the others were planning, the great emperors wouldn't allow it. And to deal with the demon saint, only the great emperors could take action personally. The others simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battlefield had been emptied, leaving the 55 armies of the star boundary looking at each other in confusion. Open the array. At some point, Li Wuyi had appeared on the battlefield and was staring at the huge black hole between the heavens and earth with a solemn expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the world. The 7 Mist Seas flag was raised, and the 55 legions of star boundary seemed to have awoken from a dream. The 20 or so legions in charge of setting up the array gathered under the command of their respective legion commanders and generals and activated the array. Time was short, and no one had expected such an unforeseen event like today's. The Star Boundaries plan was to wait until the array was completely adjusted, then have Yong Kai open the passage between the two realms and lure the demon race to gather and kill them, gradually wearing down the strength of the demon race. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to counterattack the demon race's territory and devour the continent within their territory, finally ending the war between the two realms. Who would have thought that Kenyi would suddenly appear today and use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcibly open the passage between the two realms? The plan was completely disrupted. Fortunately, although the array hadn't been precisely adjusted, it could still operate, and the situation wasn't too bad. The 10 demon saint had already left, but the huge black hole was still there. Even if he couldn't see the other end of the black hole, Li Wuyi could guess that the demon race on the other side must have gathered their armies and were preparing to counterattack. Tens of millions of people flowed on the battlefield, and the various legions were faintly connected, gradually showing signs of becoming a whole. Moreover, as they ran, this sign became more and more obvious. In just a short time, with the black hole as the center, the Star Boundaries army had surrounded the area within a radius of 100 li. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Unknowingly, the roar of a dragon resounded. The Star Boundaries armies were connected head to tail, seamlessly forming a gap. Looking from high up in the sky, it looked like a huge dragon was crawling on the ground, circling its huge body and wrapping the huge black hole in the center. The coiling dragon array was formed. At the dragon's head, Li Wuyi personally led the Jiaozi army under his command. Tens of millions of troops gathered in one body. A light breeze blew over, and Li Wuyi's clothes fluttered. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Rustling sounds came from the black hole, and at first glance, it sounded like a swarm of locusts. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth from the east, a figure seemed to fly out from the black hole, rushing out of the black hole and standing in the void. Chapter 3690. With dense demonic chi and surging demonic chi, the demon race had crossed the boundary and arrived. It wasn't just one. After the first demon race appeared, a dense swarm of demon race rushed out from the black hole. Looking from afar, the huge black hole was like a dam that had been breached, and thousands of demon race were pouring out at every moment. The originally quiet battlefield was suddenly filled with clamor. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, the astral cultivators in the array had solemn expressions, and many of them even quietly swallowed their saliva. 55 armies from the astral boundary had gathered here, and almost all of their forces were concentrated here. It could be said that they were formidable, but the enemy was not a soft persimmon that could be killed casually. They were hungry wolves that would devour people without spitting out the bones from another world. How many demon race would rush over? No one knew, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of demon race troops had gathered in front of the black hole, and this was just the beginning. The demon race troops were scattered, unlike the regimented armies of the astral boundary. In comparison, the demon race troops that had appeared were like an army that didn't know the rules. There were even some demon race soldiers who were laughing wildly, and there were even some who were pointing around with ferocious expressions. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the demon race troops that had gathered in front of the black hole seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, revealing a passage in the middle. From the passage, a tall and burly demon race slowly appeared. The demon race was riding a fierce demonic beast that was covered in flames, and it carried a 10-meter-long heavy spear on its shoulder. It looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, giving off a strong visual impact. Riding the demonic beast to stand in front of the army, the demon race looked around, and finally fixed its gaze on Li Wuyi. With a grin, It held the 10-meter-long heavy spear in one hand and gently pointed it forward. As its demonic chi surged, it shouted, "Kill!" Without wasting any time, the demon race troops followed the appearance of the half-saint and charged forward to kill the enemy. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Ancient incantations rang out, and a peculiar melody sounded. Rays of light flickered from various parts of the coiling dragon array. The great wizard accompanying the army had already blessed their companions with ancient wizard spells. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, and a deep blue light enveloped the entire coiling dragon array. The life force of everyone inside the array was closely connected. Unless one suffered a fatal injury, such as having one's head chopped off, one would not die immediately no matter how serious the injury one suffered was. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. The first to fight was the half-saint of demon race with the 10-meter-long heavy spear and Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi, who was at the head of the dragon, was too conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice him, so the first half-saint from the demon race territory directly went for him. The 10-meter-long heavy spear contained a destructive power. A fist-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, aiming for Li Wuyi's chest. Before the spear arrived, the fierce momentum of the spear made the cultivator behind Li Wuyi turn pale. Their bodies turned cold. They asked themselves, if they were to be stabbed by such a spear, would they still have an intact corpse? In the face of such a spear, Li Wuyi simply stretched out his palm towards the half-saint of demon race. Compared with the monstrous momentum of the half-saint of demon race, Li Wuyi appeared even more elegant. The palm and the heavy spear did not collide, but after a series of crackling sounds, the black sphere at the tip of the heavy spear was quickly annihilated. The half-saint of demon race also seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and his mount involuntarily let out a mournful cry as it was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. The half-saint of demon race, who had come aggressively and wanted to win, showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Another mournful cry sounded as his mount collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and its vitality was quickly fading. It seemed that it would not survive. On the surface, there was no injury, but its internal organs had been torn to pieces by the Space Force. Even for a demon beast with tenacious vitality, it was unable to withstand such a severe injury. Kai. Blood splattered everywhere. Arrows of blood shot out from the surface of the demon quasi-holy's body and dyed him red in an instant. The passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, and the half-saint of demon race confronted the human race's false emperor head-on. In just a single exchange, the half-saint was defeated. The half-saint of demon race was still in disbelief as he looked down at his mount. Although this mount was not as strong as he was, it was by no means an ordinary demon race. It had the bloodline of an ancient descendant. If not for this, how could he have ridden it to battle? But now, the first enemy he encountered in the star boundary had killed his mount in a single move and injured him. The half-saint had underestimated the enemy, Li Wuyi. The half-saint of demon race looked at Li Wuyi from head to toe and suddenly realized. He had long heard that there was an extremely powerful false emperor in the star boundary, known as the strongest under the great emperors. He had never had the chance to meet him before, so he did not pay much attention to him, but now he knew that the rumors were true. With such strength, there was no half-saint in the demon territory that could compare to him. Li Wuyi, however, was not interested in knowing his name. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill!" To him, any demon that dared to invade the star boundary was a mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, he would just kill them. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qi surged, and space principles lingered around Li Wuyi's body as he rushed towards the half-saint of demon race. When Li Wuyi moved, the Jiaozi army moved, and the coiling dragon great array moved. Looking down from the sky, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers were like moths to a flame. Before they could get close, they were drowned by the overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. On the battlefield, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. The several 100,000 demon race soldiers were not a small number, but in front of the coiling dragon great array, they were just an appetizer. In just an hour, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers who rushed out first had suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful demon race soldiers, the rest of the soldiers had long been buried in other places. In front of Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race was struggling to hold on. Without help, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. But the situation was not optimistic, because from the black hole, there was a steady stream of demon race soldiers rushing out, and more demon race soldiers joining the battlefield at every moment. With the black hole as the center, in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, more than 20 legions formed a giant dragon, circled around it. Wherever the giant dragon encircled, there were so many devils that it was impossible to kill them all. In this desolate western territory, in front of the passage between the two worlds, a desperate battle was waged between the two races. Every moment, there was a human or demon race soldier falling. On this merciless battlefield, the flames of life were as fragile as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, dying and withering. In comparison, the demon race suffered much more casualties. After all, this was the astral boundary, and the astral boundary army had long been prepared. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient wizard technique, the bloodlust technique allowed the astral boundary cultivator to become more bloodthirsty and excited, and the chains of life connected the vitality of everyone in the coiling dragon great array. At first glance, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. Often, hundreds of demon race soldiers would die, but not a single human would die. In the sky and on the ground, the light of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Under the dazzling light, there was a merciless slaughter. But as time passed, more and more demon race soldiers came out of the black hole. The Demon King and half-saint demon race soldiers gathered around the black hole, organized a charge, and brought casualties to the astral boundary army. Half a day later, the number of demon race soldiers that crossed over from the demon territory had reached tens of millions. Although the coiling dragon great array was strong, it also had its limits. With so many demon race soldiers, it could no longer encircle them. The demon race that Li Wui fought against had long disappeared. It was not killed, but rescued by another half-saint of demon race. Li Wui secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had been given an incense stick's worth of time, he had full confidence that he could have killed the half-saint of demon race. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to feel regret. He was the astral boundary army's commander, commanding the various armies of the astral boundary. He could dominate the entire battlefield and could not leave his post to chase down a strong enemy. The battle between the two realms was not about the life and death of a half-saint of demon race, so he could only watch as the half-saint escaped. At this moment, seeing the demon race's ferocious offensive and the coiling dragon great array showing signs of collapse, he immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him. In the next moment, the 7 Mist Sea flag was raised high, and under the control of the Jiaozi army's flag commander, it swayed rhythmically a few times. The Binghai army's army commander killed a demon king in the middle and north of the great array with a single slash of his blade. When he raised his head and saw the 7 Mist Sea flag, he immediately issued an order: change formation. The Binghai army moved in response and changed their formation in an orderly manner. Not long after, a faintly discernible gap appeared in the coiling dragon great array. The demon race had no lack of experienced demon king soldiers. Immediately, a large army of demon kings gathered and charged over. The two armies clashed. Men and horses were thrown off their feet, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The Binghai army seemed to be no match for the enemy, but they managed to hold on for a while, allowing the demon race army to leave through the gap. When the time was about right, the Binghai army commander shouted again, "Close." The faintly discernible gap was immediately sealed up. The demon race army that charged out was about 200,000 people. All of them were dripping with blood, and their demonic chi was overflowing. Their killing intent was boiling. Under the leadership of the demon kings, they originally wanted to make a counterattack and attack the Binghai army from the inside and outside to break the coiling dragon great array. However, when they raised their heads, they saw a large army gathering in front of them with flags fluttering in the wind. The leader was a middle-aged man. He smiled happily as he looked at the group of demon kings and said indifferently, "The Jiawu army has been waiting for a long time." Rumble, kai kai kai. When the Jiawu army commander waved his hand, the army charged forward. The sky and the ground were densely packed with people, and the momentum was astonishing. The demon race soldiers that had just charged out of the coiling dragon great array were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had fallen into a trap. They originally wanted to attack the enemy from the inside and outside, but who knew that they would be surrounded by the enemy from the inside and outside. Behind them was the coiling dragon great array. Not to mention whether they could charge back, even if they did, they would not have any good results. With this thought, the demon kings raised their hands and waved them down. The demon race army also charged forward. The distance between the two armies rapidly shortened. Looking from afar, it was like two meteorites that were moving at high speed colliding with each other. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 3691. The giant dragon coiled and turned into a giant meat grinder. Inside the great formation, blood rain and broken corpses flew everywhere. Gaps were inadvertently opened one after another. The demon race's army was released from the great formation one after another and handed over to the legions in the rear to deal with. Of the 55 armies of the Star Realm, only half of them were in charge of the coiling dragon great formation. What were the other half doing? Of course, they were surrounding the coiling dragon great formation and waiting for the enemy to charge out before attacking. This was the 7 Mist Seas plan. The pressure on the coiling dragon great formation was greatly reduced as the demon race's army of various sizes escaped from the coiling dragon great formation. The giant dragon, which was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. The giant dragon and the many legions guarding outside slaughtered the invading demon race in an extremely efficient and safe manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the Star Realm's army and the enemy from the demon territory had truly clashed head-on in a large scale. 20 years ago, when the passage between the two worlds opened for the first time, everyone in the Star Realm was caught off guard and invaded their territory. The great sects and cultivators in the Western Territory were defeated and lost large amounts of territory. Although the Star Realm quickly put up an effective resistance, they were unable to withstand the high morale of the demon race and were forced to retreat. At the most critical moment, the entire Western Territory was almost completely lost. The Star Realm's army retreated all the way to the border between the Western and Southern Territories. If it wasn't for the importance of the Battle of Eternal Heaven and the Demon Saint summoning all the half-saint back to the demon race, the Star Realm would have had no chance to catch a breather. Later on, Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, leaving the remaining demon race in the Star Realm isolated and helpless. Only then were they gradually eaten away. After more than 20 years, the passage between the two worlds opened once again. The demon race's army swarmed in. Although the astral realm was not fully prepared, it was not the first time that they were so defenseless. 55 legions gathered here, pressuring more than half of the astral realm's forces to collide and clash with the invading forces of another universe. The demon race had suffered heavy casualties, and the demon race had suffered a great loss. Although there was still an endless stream of demon race members charging out of the black hole to replenish their lost forces, it could not hide the truth of the demon race's decline. Under the double blessing of the life chains and the bloodlust technique, every cultivator was able to display more power than usual. The giant dragons constantly circled around the passage between the two worlds, and every time they circled, countless demon race cultivators would be ground to dust. Whenever Li Wui discovered that the great formation had exceeded its capacity, he would order his personal guards to wave the flag and open up a gap to reduce the pressure. At this moment, the various legions of the star boundary were closely linked together as a whole, and they were methodically slaughtering the alien races surrounded by the demonic chi. The situation was very good. If the battle continued like this, no matter how many demon race cultivators came from the passage between the two worlds, they would all be wiped out in the end. In the Great Formation, every cultivator's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and there was a different kind of excitement in their expressions. Li Wui, on the other hand, was faintly feeling uneasy. The demon race were not fools. How could they still be so fearless despite knowing that the situation was not good? Although they were brave and fearless, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. What's more, this time, it was the demon territory that took the initiative to open the passage between the two worlds. 10 demon saint had come to the astral realm, so there was bound to be a conspiracy. However, Li Wui could not figure out what the demon saint was plotting. The conspiracy of the demon saint could only be stopped by the great emperors. On this battlefield, he could only lead the legions to kill as many enemies as possible and eliminate as many demon race as possible. Only then could he lay a solid foundation for victory in the war between the two worlds. Shaking his head and casting aside the distracting thoughts, Li Wui's heart was as calm as still water. He was in the Great Formation, overseeing the overall situation. Southeast of the passage between the two worlds, where the Jizi army was defending, the army of 300,000 was at its peak. Their morale was high, and they were rubbing their fists and waiting solemnly. Haiji was in the middle of the army. Scouts from Eagle Town constantly reported the situation on the front lines, allowing him to understand the situation on the other side as soon as possible. After learning that the astral realm held the absolute advantage, Haiji could not help but feel a little surprised while overjoyed. Unlike Yang Kai, who had not participated in the previous war between the two worlds, Haiji had fought the demon race for several years. He knew how difficult and vicious the demon race was. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, but he did not expect his side to have the absolute advantage. Just like Li Wui's uneasiness, Haiji also smelled the scent of a conspiracy. However, if Li Wui could not see anything suspicious, how could Haiji think of anything? Just as he was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "Master, Fireball Town's commander Shi Lei requests an audience." In the army, military rules were strict, especially now that Yang Kai was not here and Haiji was in charge of the Jizi army. This was a war between the two worlds. If Shi Lei wanted to see him, he would have to be reported. If Yang Kai was here, Shi Lei would have come directly. There would not be so much trouble. Haiji frowned when he heard this. He did not know why Shi Lei had come here instead of overseeing his own Fireball Town. He was also afraid that Shi Lei had something urgent to report, so he nodded and said, "Let him come." The bodyguard nodded and retreated. Not long after, Shi Lei walked in and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Master." Haiji nodded. "What's the matter?" Shi Lei smacked his lips and smiled. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, it's like this. I heard from the little ones that the other armies have gone crazy from the slaughter. I just wanted to ask when we should go into battle. It's not good to keep waiting here." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists solemnly. The Jizi army's first battle. My Fireball Town is willing to be the vanguard. We will definitely show the might of the Jizi army. Haiji glanced at him in annoyance. It's your turn to go into battle. What's the rush? The various commanders did not know about the 7 Mist Seas arrangements. They only saw the demon race gathering in the coiling dragon formation from afar. There were also other armies fighting the demon race nearby. However, the Jizi army was biding their time, so they could not help but feel anxious. If it was an ordinary army, it would be fine. However, although the Jizi army had just been formed, it was already recognized as the #1 army in the star boundary. If they did not make any contributions in this first battle, no one would be able to show their face. Shi Lei understood. Since the demon race was not coming, then they would just kill their way over. They had to lead their men and cut off a few heads of the Demon King. Otherwise, how could they live up to their daily training? Seeing that Haiji did not allow it, Shi Lei was unhappy. He muttered softly, "If the master was here, he would definitely lead us to charge and kill the enemy. Why would he stay here like an idiot?" "What did you say?" Haiji glared at him. Shi Lei hurriedly waved his hands. "No, nothing. Haha, this humble one will take his leave." Although Haiji's strength was lower than his, he had single-handedly raised the Jizi army. He also had prestige in the army. In the face of a great enemy, Shi Lei did not dare to talk back to him. His muttering just now was just a casual complaint. He did not mean any harm. Seeing that Haiji was angry, he quickly slipped away. Bastard! Haiji shouted angrily at Shi Lei's back. He turned around and said to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, "Keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave his post without permission again, chop off his head." Yang Xiao obediently said, "Yes." He knew that these were just words of anger. Every member of the GZ army was a treasure in the Emperor realm. How could Haiji bear to kill them? After interacting with Haiji for a long time, everyone knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not have any of the arrogance of the son of the great emperors. Yang Shui held back her laughter and said, "Master, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for Master Shi Lei to be eager to contribute. There will be a time when our GZ army will kill the enemy." She was extremely intelligent. How could she not see that Haiji was as calm as a mountain on the surface? Actually, he was quite anxious. This was the first battle of the second opening of the passageway between the two worlds. With the reputation of the GZ army, it was natural for them to show off their might. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late and could not participate in the deployment of the coiling dragon formation. They could only wait outside the formation for an opportunity. But after waiting for a long time, the other armies were already engaged in fierce battles with the demon race. However, the GZ army did not see a single demon race charge out from the direction they were guarding. It was truly as lonely as snow. If they waited any longer, would there be any demon race to kill? Shi Lei was eager to contribute, and so was Haiji. Yang Shui's words seemed to be exculpating Shi Lei, but in reality, she was also secretly advising Haiji. As they spoke, Haiji's expression suddenly brightened. He stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, the body of the coiling dragon was facing the GZ army. An opening was faintly discernible in the formation. From that opening, an overwhelming number of demon race swarmed out. Haiji raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared on his tense face. More and more demon race swarmed out of the formation. The one at the forefront was a powerful demon king. Just like the demon race that had escaped from the formation earlier, this demon king originally thought that he would be able to make a comeback after escaping. Who knew that when he looked up, he would see the GZ army blocking his path? 300,000 pairs of eyes were glaring at him. The demon king was not afraid of anything, but when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, why are these humans so excited? Report. A scout from Eagle Town flew over and knelt down in front of Haiji. He cupped his hands and said, "The GZ army has sent a message. There will be 600,000 demon race charging forward. The chief military master has ordered the GZ army to meet the enemy head-on." Haiji chuckled. 600,000. Haha, good. The chief military master has picked up a juicy piece of meat for us. Although the GZ army only had 300,000 people, Haiji was not afraid in the face of an enemy that was nearly twice his size. In fact, he was even a little excited. His figure was straight, and his expression was solemn. He said in a sonorous voice, "Pass down my orders. Poison Scorpion, Fireball, and Divine Dragon Towns will be the vanguard. Angry Dragon and Heavenly Fox will flank from the left and right. Falling Flowers and Spirit Snake will provide support in the middle. Heavenly Phoenix Hall will be at the rear. All troops will attack. Attack. Wipe. Out." The command flag was waved, and the war drums shook the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the GZ army moved out. Apart from the 30,000 people in the middle and the several thousand scouts from Eagle Town, the other 8 towns were all mobilized. For a moment, their momentum was unstoppable. The GZ army had been practicing ever since they came to this battlefield. Although this was the first battle, the army moved in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of panic. The various towns also carried out Haiji's orders strictly. They majestically charged toward the demon race that had just charged out of the coiling dragon formation. Although the demon race had 600,000 soldiers, they had already expended a lot of energy in the fierce battle within the coiling dragon formation. They did not have time to recover after charging out of the formation, and they were like scattered sand. Now that they saw the GZ army charging toward them, the demon king in the lead was actually a little stunned. For a moment, They were unable to react. Chapter 3692. The GZ army didn't care about the reaction of the demon race. The 300,000 soldiers had been biding their time, but when they saw their allies killing demons on both sides, they were impatient. Now that a piece of meat had been delivered to their mouths, how could they not eat it? Poison Scorpion, Fireball, and Divine Dragon's vanguard, a total of 80,000 soldiers under the leadership of Xie Wuwei, Shi Lei, and Zhu Qing, charged forward aggressively. The three commanders took the lead and charged at the very front, followed closely by the rest of the army. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers flanked the left and right, while Spirit Snake and Angry Dragon provided support in the middle, and Heavenly Phoenix brought up the rear. The 600,000 demon race that had broken out from the coiling dragon formation were stunned. The Demon King reacted quickly and quickly gathered his tribesmen and reorganized his army. When they saw the coiling dragon formation behind them and the Astral Realm army in front of them, they made a prompt decision and charged head-on towards the GZ army. They had tasted the might of the coiling dragon formation before. It was definitely not something 600,000 soldiers could shake. Although the Astral Realm army in front of them had an impressive aura, they still had fewer people. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win. There was nothing fancy about the charging of an army. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. Before the two sides could get close to each other, the might of the secret treasures of each camp was released and blasted towards the opposing army. The multicolored light caused the rising sun to pale in comparison. The might of the secret treasures and secret treasures fell. In an instant, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the GZ army's side, the wizard accompanying the army chanted a complicated wizard incantation. When the light flickered, a dark red light appeared on everyone's body, and a layer of dark blue light connected everyone together. Although the secret techniques of the demon race's army were powerful, with the support of the life chains, the GZ army's soldiers would have a strong supply of life force no matter how serious their injuries were. They wouldn't die immediately. Furthermore, the army had formation masters accompanying them. The formation plates activated one after another, turning into layers of protection to protect the safety of the soldiers. In the first round of long-range combat, the demon race suffered over 10,000 casualties while the GZ army suffered less than 100 casualties. Without stopping, the second round of fierce attacks was launched from the various camps. Charging without stopping, attacking without stopping, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Looking down from the sky, the two armies were like two giant ancient beasts, fiercely charging at each other. After 3 rounds of long-range attacks, the two armies clashed amidst the quaking earth. As the dragon's roar shook the sky, the two fiery red dragons revealed their true forms. One was more than 300 feet long, and the other was more than 500 feet long. The dragon's might swept out in all directions, and the demon race at the front were all stunned by the dragon's might. That moment of hesitation cost countless lives. The GZ army's vanguard, the Divine Dragon, the Poisonous Scorpion, and the Fireball towns were like 3 sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into the demon race's camp. Wherever the soldiers of the 3 towns passed, the demon race's soldiers were thrown off their feet, and rivers of blood flowed. A demon king at the very front dodged a divine technique, but when he heard the densely packed screams of his clansmen behind him, he was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that the enemy's numbers weren't high, and that victory was already in his grasp. However, when he came into contact with the enemy, he discovered that this astral army wasn't something that an ordinary demon race could withstand. There was no other reason other than the fact that there were simply too many experts among them. His mind was in a daze, and he only felt an enormous force slamming into his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank, and his head was smashed into pieces. His headless corpse swayed a few times before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shi Lei waved his hand and cursed. His eyes bloomed with a crimson light, and his demonic chi rolled around him. He didn't even look at the dead demon king as he charged unstoppably into the demon race's army. Wherever he passed, the enemy soldiers were slaughtered like vegetables. In the sky, the siblings Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai transformed into their true forms. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and spat out billowing flames towards the demon race's densest areas. How powerful was the fire dragon's breath! Even an ordinary demon king wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if they were hit by it. How many demon kings could there be among the 600,000 demon race's army? An ordinary demon race would immediately be burned to ashes if they were hit by the dragon's breath. After a few dragon's breaths, the demon race's army was emptied out. The GZ army's army was like a hot knife through butter. Although the demon race's army was nearly twice the size of the GZ army's army, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back against such a group of wolves and tigers. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, the army formation that they had painstakingly gathered was scattered, and hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers were thrown into chaos. Fire bull, poison scorpion, and divine dragon towns weaved in and out of the demon race's army, plowing through the entire battlefield over and over again. Unable to face their enemies head-on, the demon race fled in panic. However, the Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers towns flanked them from both sides, cutting off their path of retreat. Behind them was the great coiling dragon formation. For the demon race's army, there was simply no way out. Victory and defeat had been decided. In the first battle, the GZ army's army faced an enemy twice their size. They were practically crushing the demon race's army in a crushing manner. They had truly displayed their might. However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat were never the only thing that mattered. The 600,000 demon race soldiers were isolated and without any reinforcements. Haiji had even given the order to wipe out these 600,000 demon race soldiers. Therefore, as long as a single demon race soldier was still standing, the GZ army's slaughter would never stop. In their excitement, the monster kings from the savage wilderness ancient lands all transformed into their true forms. Their demonic chi wreaked havoc as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their sharp claws were stained with blood, and their secret treasures bloomed like red flowers. They charged and killed as they went. When they reached the end, they turned back and charged and killed again. Not to mention the normal demon race soldiers, even the demon kings were filled with fear at this moment. They couldn't unleash their full strength in the face of the GZ army's might. Many demon kings didn't even have time to unleash their full strength before they were killed on the spot by the monster kings and the Emperor Realm's army. Eagle Town scouts kept reporting the situation on the battlefield. Haiji, who was in the middle of the army, smiled. There was nothing more exciting than hearing the news of the first great victory. Yang Kai didn't do anything and entrusted the GZ army to him. He had spent more than 10 years building this army and expended an unimaginable amount of energy and effort. Now that he heard these battle reports, he instantly felt that his hard work over the past 10 years was worth it. The GZ army didn't let down its reputation as the #1 army in the astral realm. The only fly in the ointment was Yang Kai wasn't here. At the end of the day, the GZ army was Yang Kai's. Haiji also wanted to share the joy in his heart with others. However, as the commander of the army, he had his own dignity. He couldn't possibly share the joy in his heart with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Haiji narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Has the master replied?" Yang Xiao hurriedly replied, "Not yet." Haiji's mouth twitched as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was the commander of the GZ army. It was fine if he didn't show up normally, but he actually didn't show up in the first battle of the GZ army. This was really too much. With 300,000 soldiers fighting bravely, it felt like something was missing without a commander. He secretly decided that when he saw Yang Kai later, he would give him a good scolding. If Yang Kai couldn't be the commander, Haiji was more than happy to do it for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his skin as a great crisis enveloped him. An aura of death enveloped him. Haiji was shocked. In that instant, he felt a faint murderous intent lock onto him. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and possessed great strength, he didn't sense the danger until the murderous intent was released. What's more, he was in the middle of the army surrounded by soldiers. The enemy was actually able to silently sneak up on him and assassinate him. It was obvious how strong this enemy was. "I'm definitely not his opponent," Haiji instantly understood the gap between himself and the enemy. At this critical moment of life and death, Haiji's mind was surprisingly calm. A faintly discernible shadow strangely appeared behind Haiji and stabbed a dagger towards his back. Before the dagger even reached him, a chill had already spread throughout his body. Haiji didn't panic. As he pushed his Emperor Qi, a transparent shield appeared behind him. This shield glowed brilliantly as it revolved around his body. At a glance, it was obvious that this was no ordinary object. As the son of the great emperors, how could Haiji not have some life-saving treasures on him? It could even be said that Haiji had several things on him that were similar to the seal of the great emperor's divine technique, the army commander's seal. It was the biggest mistake for the assassin to choose him to assassinate. However, the enemy couldn't be blamed for this. The GZ army was in the limelight, and Haiji was far too conspicuous with his position in the rear. It was obvious that he was an important figure. How could killing 10,000 random soldiers compare to killing a single commander? Silently, the dagger and shield collided. The dazzling light suddenly dimmed as the shield shattered. The dagger's momentum was reduced and it continued to stab forward. This momentary delay was enough for Haiji to escape from the gates of hell. His figure flew forward, avoiding the fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the dagger was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. The dagger was grasped in the hand of a blurry figure, making it impossible to see the appearance of the attacker. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Haiji's back, a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped down on the blurry figure's head. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had long since anticipated this assassination attempt. The wind from the palm whistled as demonic energy surged. When the palm slapped down, the sky changed color. A muffled groan rang out, and the entire world fell silent. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had been standing guard behind Haiji, finally regained their senses. Yang Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly pounced on Haiji. Faint traces of the law of time lingered around him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Yang Shui drew her sword and used her divine sense to investigate the enemy. He ran. The old Cheung frowned and coldly snorted. "He's quite slippery." The one who had intervened at the critical moment was naturally the Cheungqi. As an ancient vicious beast, the old Cheung was extremely powerful. In this world, among the sacred spirits, the only ones who could suppress him were the two elders of the dragon race on Dragon Island. However, no matter how powerful he was not part of the GZ army. The reason he was guarding this place was mainly to protect the two young masters, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He had concealed his presence and was hiding nearby. Even the assassin who had come to ambush him did not notice him. Caught off guard, the assassin was counterattacked. Not only did he fail to kill Haiji, but he also suffered a loss. As he spoke, Cheungqi lowered his head to look at the ground. On the ground, specks of blood bloomed like plum blossoms. Chapter 3693. The assassin who came to sneak attack immediately retreated after failing to hit. He was quite proficient in the art of assassination. However, even though the assassin ran away, he was still injured by Cheungqi. The bloodstains on the ground were the best proof. At this moment, Eagle Town's commander Zhang Ying rushed over from the distance with an anxious expression. When he got close, he cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Master, Army Commander Li has sent news that several half-saint of demon race have disappeared from the battlefield." The army commander asked the master to. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked down at the blood sacrifice on the ground, then looked at Haiji, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others' expressions. He suddenly said, "They're already here?" Haiji nodded. "It's all thanks to Senior Cheungqi's help." Cheungqi didn't take the credit and just waved his hand. He returned to the group of personal guards and stood still. Besides his fierce appearance, there was nothing special about him. Haiji looked up at Eagle Flying and said, "Did the army commander master say that several half-saint have disappeared?" 5. All Shadow Demon. Haiji sneered, "I knew it would be like this." Apart from the Shadow Demon, There was no other race in the demon race that could silently sneak up on him and only alert him when he was in trouble. The shadow demon was already difficult to deal with, let alone a half-saint. This time, if it wasn't for Cheongchi guarding him, Haiji would have definitely suffered a loss. He wouldn't be killed as he still had several life-saving treasures on him. It would be unavoidable for him to be covered in dirt. While the two were talking, they suddenly saw a huge figure appear a few thousand li away. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was like a giant, but its figure was fleeting and not solid. Looking at the figure, it was impressively the appearance of the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul had already chased the demon saint away from this place. At this moment, he wasn't on the battlefield at all. At this time, his figure appeared a few thousand li away. It was clear that some army commander had activated the divine technique of the great emperors sealed in the army commander's order, summoning the projection of the great emperors. The figure of the great emperors of Serene Soul flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene from afar, the GZ army understood that the 5 shadow demon half-saint had separated from the battlefield and had most likely split up to assassinate the various army commanders. The GZ army had Cheongchi secretly protecting them. The shadow demon half-saint who came to assassinate them had been repelled. The other army commanders might not have someone as strong as Cheongchi by their side. In this life and death crisis, they could only activate the divine technique sealed in the army commander's order to defend against the enemy. They didn't know if the army commander thousands of li away was dead or alive. Eagle saw the worry in Haiji's eyes. He cupped his hands and volunteered, "This subordinate is willing to go and investigate." Haiji pondered for a moment and nodded, "Be careful. Go and return quickly." Eagle nodded and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings on his back. The wind howled as he soared into the sky and rushed over. Haiji no longer paid attention to the commotion thousands of li away. He turned his head and looked at the GZ army's battlefield. The 600,000-strong demon race army had long since lost the ability to retaliate in front of the GZ army's powerful battle formation. The 3 vanguard towns charged back and forth. Angry Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flowers, and Nimble Snake were not to be outdone. Even Heavenly Phoenix Town, which was responsible for overseeing the army, charged into the battlefield under the leadership of Liu Yang and Su Yang. Nearly 900,000 people were fighting to the death in the battlefield that spanned hundreds of li. The ground was muddy, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Haiji observed for a while and knew that the overall situation was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the GZ army wiped out all 600,000 people. A moment later, Eagle returned. Haiji glanced over and Eagle immediately reported, "The other 4 shadow demon half-saint have all appeared, but they haven't done anything. Apart from the Dingwu army's army commander Ma Qing, who is heavily injured, the other 3 have all failed." Haiji lightly nodded and asked, "Is there any danger to his life?" Eagle replied, "Master, don't worry. When this subordinate arrived, the Wood Spirit Race's matriarch Mu-Na was already personally treating Master Ma's injuries. Although he won't fully recover in a short time, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. That would be for the best." Eagle turned his head and glanced at the clamorous battlefield behind him. He then turned back and stammered, "Master, the overall situation is already decided." "What do you think?" Haiji chuckled. "You want to kill the enemy?" Eagle replied, "There's no point in just watching." He was a monster king after all, so he had a strong murderous nature. However, Yang Kai had assigned him to be the head of Eagle Town and put him in charge of scouting and gathering intelligence. But now that the demon race had been defeated, there was nothing left for him to gather. Naturally, he wanted to go into the battlefield and kill the enemy to satisfy his craving. Haiji pondered for a moment, then waved his hand without saying anything. Eagle was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." He turned around and happily charged into the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield, and wherever his sharp claws passed, a rain of blood would fly. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. When there wasn't a single demon race figure left on the battlefield, the GZ army gradually quieted down. They looked around and saw that everyone was filled with killing intent. It was as if they had walked out of a sea of blood. Their bodies were drenched in blood, some from the enemy, and some from their own. After a short period of silence, a clamor of cheers filled the air. The war drums were beaten, and the Jizi army returned to camp to rest. After a quick count, the number of casualties was revealed. Haiji nodded slightly as he listened to the report. Facing an enemy twice their size, the Jizi army displayed unimaginable strength and wiped out the enemy. The price they paid was only 30,000 casualties. This number was within his expectations, and it was also within an acceptable range. However, those who survived were almost all injured. The Jizi army's first battle was over, but the battle between the two worlds was still ongoing. The giant dragon coiled around the battlefield, killing the demon race invading at every moment. However, the demon race seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to them. From the black hole, there was an endless supply of reinforcements. Even though the coiling dragon formation was formed by more than 20 armies from the astral realm, and there were close to 10 million soldiers, it was on the verge of collapse several times under the intense battle. Large and small groups of demon race were constantly released from the formation to reduce the pressure on the formation. Meanwhile, the astral realm armies guarding the outside had to block the demon race's path and kill them as soon as possible. After the GZ army rested for a day, the gap in the coiling dragon formation was opened. However, the demon race released this time was not as terrifying as the first time. There were only 200,000 of them. After a day of rest, the GZ army regrouped and faced the enemy again. Once again, they destroyed the demon race at a very small price. Morale was high, and several loud Monster King begged Haiji to send a message to Li Wui and ask him to release more demon race. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected by Haiji without mercy. The Monster King's strength was unfathomable. When they were in the mood to kill, killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even the Demon King would not be able to last more than a few moves against them. However, not everyone in the GZ army was Monster King. Although the majority of them were strong enough, they were not very strong. After 2 battles, not only were they injured, but they also needed to replenish their energy. Fighting too many battles was not good for the army. Only when they were relaxed would they be able to kill more demon race. Haiji understood this principle, and Li Wui understood it even more. However, the GZ army and the other armies guarding the outside also had time to rest. However, what about the people inside the coiling dragon formation? Haiji looked at the giant dragon crawling on the ground with a worried expression. If the passage between the two worlds was not sealed, the coiling dragon formation would be worn down by the demon race sooner or later. When that happened, no one would be able to stop the demon race from wreaking havoc. As time passed, Haiji could clearly feel the fatigue of the coiling dragon formation. The most obvious sign was that the coiling dragon formation was opening more and more frequently. Less than half a day after the end of the second battle, the GZ army welcomed the third battle. This time, only a few 100,000 demon race were released from the coiling dragon formation. However, this few 100,000 was even more difficult to deal with than the 200,000 from the second battle. This could not be helped. Although the GZ army's morale was high after so many battles, their manpower was limited, and their stamina could not keep up. The coiling dragon formation was also unable to bear the burden. Although the formation was still working well, that was because the wizard was constantly using bloodthirst to stimulate everyone's potential. Furthermore, the life chains were a hidden danger that could not be ignored. With the support of the life chains, the damage suffered by everyone was spread out evenly. However, many a little makes a mickle, and when the life chains broke, the coiling dragon formation would definitely collapse. Haiji estimated that the coiling dragon formation could only last for 2 more days. If they could not think of a way to break it within these 2 days, the GZ army would have to withdraw. At that time, millions of demon race soldiers would rush in, and the Western Territory would definitely be lost. On the GZ army's side, only the 30,000 elites in the middle were unharmed. It was not that Haiji was unwilling to send the middle army into battle, but after several days of bloody battles, Haiji wanted to leave the middle army as a surprise force. Perhaps they would be able to play an unimaginable role at a crucial moment. At this moment, seeing that the situation inside the coiling dragon formation was tense, Haiji was hesitating whether or not to send the middle army into battle when he suddenly heard an excited voice behind him. "Junior brother?" Haiji turned around and saw a familiar face. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you're finally back." The one who had called him junior brother was none other than Xia Ningqiang. Yang Kai had also appeared by her side. Yang Kai smiled at Xia Ningqiang, but did not have time to say anything to her. He revealed a helpless expression and said, "I rushed over as soon as I saw your message. What's the situation like?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression could not help but tremble. Although he had participated in the War of the Two Realms, he had never seen such a magnificent scene. Compared to the scene in front of him, the scene of him leading the army to defend Roaring Tiger City and fighting the Devil Race more than 10 years ago was simply a small matter. Haiji knew that this was not the time to criticize him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "As Master can see, the coiling dragon formation cannot be maintained for much longer. The armies of the GZ army are exhausted. If we don't think of a way to resolve this as soon as possible, the GZ army will definitely lose." Chapter 3694. When he said this, Haiji was full of unwillingness. Yang Kai had sealed the passage between the two worlds and bought more than 10 years for the Star Realm. The armies of the four territories had been preparing for war, but the moment they came into contact with the Star Realm, the situation had already turned out this way. How could anyone be willing to accept this? This situation was not because the Star Realm army was unable to bear it, but because the demon race simply did not care about casualties. No one had expected the demon race to be so crazy. If they did not cut off the source of the demon race's army from the territory, the great coiling dragon formation would not be able to hold on sooner or later. After Haiji said a few words, Yang Kai had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure faded. Before Xia Ningqiang could even shout out to be careful, he had already disappeared. When he landed, he had already crossed 1,000 miles and appeared on the battlefield. The Demon King in front of him was standing 10 meters away, staring at him with a blank expression. He clearly did not understand how a person had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was and shouted in a low voice, "Yang Kai." During the years when Yang Kai was in the demon race's territory, he had been in the limelight on almost every continent. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, he was even the focus of attention, so it was not strange that the Demon King recognized him at a glance. After shouting, the Demon King knew that things were bad. Although his strength was not bad, he knew that he could not escape with his life under the pursuit of the Demon Saint. However, the human in front of him could do so he made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. When he retreated, he saw Yang Kai gently raise his hand and a black crescent slashed at him. Wherever it passed, the clansmen in front of him were cut in half, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Demon King shouted, his demonic chi wildly surging as he punched out. A heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. That black crescent had actually cut through his fist, slicing open his arm and passing through his entire body. The Demon King's body stiffened, and it stood there in a daze. It stared in the direction of Yang Kai and let out a few groans. In the next moment, its body split open, and blood spurted out. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at this Demon King. As his divine sense surged, a large expanse of black clouds appeared around his body. A faint buzzing sound could be heard coming from these black clouds. Looking around, one could see that these black clouds were actually made up of insects. Soul-devouring insect. Generally, Kai Yang wouldn't easily use his soul-devouring insects, because as his strength increased, the soul-devouring insects became less and less useful. Against strong enemies, they wouldn't be useful, but against weak opponents, there was no need to use them. But in this kind of environment where there were enemies on all sides, the soul-devouring insects could play a huge role. With a buzzing sound, the large cloud of insects lingered around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and he shouted, "Go!" The insect cloud danced a few times, turned into a dozen groups, and scattered in a dozen directions, attacking the demon race from all directions. Wherever they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their knowledge seas were corroded by the tiny insects, and their souls were devoured. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest wound. After releasing the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't care how useful these insects could be. His hands hung by his side, and with a flick of his 10 fingers, he shot out moon blades in all directions. As the moon blade swept past, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Swathes of demons were cut into pieces. Yang Kai strode forward, and the moon blades didn't stop. Wherever he went, there would be slaughter. Ordinary demon race members couldn't get within 100 feet of him, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand more than a few moves. His speed was extremely fast, and he covered a distance of several tens of kilometers in just a few steps. Wherever he passed, a death zone with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared. If one were to look down from above, they would find that there was not a single devilish being left alive in a straight line with a diameter of several tens of kilometers, starting from where he had landed and ending at where he was now. After walking and killing for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little troublesome. Although the moon blades were powerful, he still had to do it himself when it came to killing the demon race, so he immediately summoned the wind gourd. Opening the gourd, the small wind gourd inside turned into wind blades and shot out in all directions. Another round of slaughter ensued. This wind gourd, which he obtained from the void crack in the depths of the Orthodoxy Palace, shone brilliantly on this huge battlefield. It was simply a supreme secret treasure for group attacks. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai only needed to rush forward, and with the mouth of the wind gourd aimed forward, the sharp wind blades were invincible. When he first appeared, not many people noticed him, but with the destruction of the soul-devouring insects, the moon blades, and the appearance of the wind gourd, he immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. After killing so many people, it was difficult not to attract attention. At the dragon head of the coiling dragon formation, Li Wuyi's gaze swept over. When he saw the familiar figure, his tense mind relaxed, and he secretly sighed in relief. He's finally here, and it's not too late. Immediately, he passed down the order, and the coiling dragon formation changed. Its huge body rushed in the direction of Yang Kai, relieving the pressure on Yang Kai. Since Li Wuyi had discovered Yang Kai, the masters of the demon race had naturally discovered him as well. Yang Kai had devoured the demon race's territory, lured 2 demon saints from the demon race to rebel with Chang Tian, and then sealed the passage between the 2 worlds. Many masters of the demon race had long hated him to the bone. They had never seen him before, so now that they had discovered him, how could they let him go? In the middle of the battlefield, a sea of blood suddenly condensed and transformed into a streak of blood-red light that rushed towards Yang Kai. In just 10 breaths of time, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. The smell of blood filled the air, and a fierce killing intent enveloped Yang Kai. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a figure that swooped down from the sky like an eagle trying to catch a rabbit. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. On the battlefield, the cultivator who saw this scene cried out, and some even shouted loudly, reminding Yang Kai that a powerful enemy was attacking. Just as the figure was about to approach, another person appeared strangely and went directly to the invader. With a few rumbling sounds, the sky shook and the earth shook. Demon chi swept in all directions, and the 2 figures separated, standing in the void. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of the enemy in front of him. He said hatefully, "By Ya, how dare you stop me?" Yang Kai was powerful, and only a half-saint could defeat him. The person who came to kill him was naturally a half-saint. In the demon race's territory, there weren't many half-saint, and each of them had a name. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other, they all knew each other. Since Bai Ya appeared, how could the half-saint of demon race not recognize her? Bai Ya said lightly, "People of different paths cannot work together." On the opposite side, the half-saint of demon race shouted angrily, "Bullshit. Don't forget that you're from the demon race." Bai Ya said helplessly, "I'm just following orders." Don't make it difficult for me, bastard. The half-saint of demon race was furious. He wanted to kill young Kai, but he was stopped by Ya, who was also from the demon race. His clansmen around him kept getting injured and killed. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't care whether Ya was from the demon race or not. As he shouted, he had already rushed forward and fought with Ya. However, both of them were semisage experts. So, their strength was almost on par with each other. Therefore, this fight was like a thunderbolt striking the fire on the ground. The scene was extremely lively. However, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of this fight. Young Kai was already far away, and he continued to run forward. Young Kai forcibly plowed a path for thousands of miles. Although he had become the demon race's army alone, no one below the half-saint level could stop him. There were as many as 3 half-saint who came to kill him. It was obvious that the demon race not only hated young Kai, but also treated him as their number one enemy. Otherwise, why would half-saint continuously come to kill him? The first one was blocked by Ya, the second one was blocked by Zhuo, and when the third one arrived, young Kai released his avatar into the sealed world bead. The 3 groups fought fiercely, and they were extremely eye-catching in this battlefield of tens of thousands of miles. Young Kai had already arrived in front of the huge black hole. The demon race's army was still continuously rushing out from the black hole. Young Kai's expression was solemn, and he fearlessly faced them head-on. When he activated his Devil Yuan, the astral winds that surged out of the wind gourd became even more violent. The wind whistled incessantly as it cut through the void and slashed into the black hole. Miserable howls sounded in his ears. Many demon race members were killed by the astral winds before they could rush out of the passage between the 2 worlds. The black hole was huge, but young Kai relied on his own strength to block this huge gap. The reinforcements of the demon race's army were directly cut off, and not a single demon rushed out. Outside the coiling dragon formation, Haiji, who had been sitting in the middle of the army as steady as a mountain, was anxiously waiting. The battle reports from the front lines were continuously transmitted from the scouts of Soaring Eagle Town. Right at this moment, a scout flew over and half-knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and shouted, reporting, "Army Commander Master has arrived in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. He has cut off the path of the demon race's army's reinforcement." Haiji stood up, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't help but shout, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Flag bearer." Fu Ling quivered and immediately took out the flag with the word "kill." In an instant, the huge red flag fluttered in the sky, dyeing the sky red. Haiji was in high spirits as he waved his hand and pointed to the front. "Middle Army, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and support Master." Many soldiers in the Middle Army responded, and their voices shook the world. In the past few days of battle, the GZ army had killed countless enemies in the 9 towns and made great contributions. Even Soaring Eagle Town, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, had thrown themselves into the battle. Only the Middle Army was sitting in the rear, which made them very anxious. At this moment, when they heard Haiji's order, they immediately became excited. The Middle Army had 30,000 soldiers. Not to mention Cheongqi, who was an outsider, even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were not weak. In the Middle Army, most of them were from the Eastern Sea's Sea tribe. For more than 10 years, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had been searching for the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Eastern Sea. They had also subdued a large number of the Sea tribe. Among the Sea tribe, there were many powerhouses. There were no less than 30 monster kings like Bang Bang. Once such a powerful army joined the battle, they might not be able to change the direction of the entire battlefield. However, in a small area, they were invincible. After a few days of peace, the Middle Army of the GZ army attacked. At this time, the GZ army's 9 towns were still fighting against the released demon race outside the Coiling Dragon formation. The Middle Army charged into the battlefield like tigers and wolves, slaughtering the demon race along the way. The GZ army already had the advantage. Now that they had the support of the Middle Army, they were even more invincible. In less than 2 hours, the dust had settled. On the battlefield of the GZ army, the corpses of the demon race were piled up like mountains. Chapter 3695. The cheers of the GZ army shook the heavens. Haiji ordered someone to pass on the message to Li Wuyi while reorganizing the army. A moment later, Li Wuyi replied with only one word: wait. The GZ army immediately took the opportunity to recover their strength outside the coiling dragon formation. Those who had spirit pills swallowed them, those who were injured bandaged their wounds, and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Inside the passage between the two worlds, Yang Kai's wind gourd was wreaking havoc, killing the demon race that came from the devil territory. On the other side, Windchaser and Di Li were engaged in a fierce battle. Di Li was originally a half-saint under Yu Ru Meng's command. Besides Bai Zhuo, Yu Ru Meng valued him the most. He was also extremely powerful. However, on the eve of the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Di Li colluded with Yu Sang and Yin Sai to create an opportunity for Yu Sang to kill Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yang Kai's strength and the strength of his subordinates. Not only did they fail to succeed, they even caused a lot of trouble. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yu Sang was killed by the great emperors of Bright Moon and died on the spot. Yin Sai Di Li escaped death, but Yang Kai went to Yin Sai's territory and single-handedly killed Yin Sai. Two of the half-saint of demon race that targeted him in the Eternal Heaven continent had died. Di Li was afraid that Yu Ru Meng would settle the score with him in the future, so he betrayed her after the Battle of Eternal Heaven and joined another demon saint. After that, there was no news of him. This time, he came with the demon race's army to guard the passage between the two worlds in case anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai killed his way to this place, but Di Li caught him as soon as he entered the passage between the two worlds. Di Li had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. The reason why he betrayed Yu Ru Meng was because of Yang Kai. At this time, he had nothing to say to Yang Kai, so he immediately wanted to kill him. Yang Kai had no choice but to release Zui Feng to entangle him. At this time, the four half-saint of demon race hidden in the sealed world bead had all taken action. Yang Kai no longer had any cards up his sleeve. If another half-saint of demon race blocked his path, he would have no choice but to turn back and ask Li Wuyi for help. Fortunately, the half-saint of demon race wasn't a cabbage. Although a lot of them had been dispatched this time, most of them had been trapped in the battlefield. Moreover, 4 of them had been stopped by Yang Kai's 4 protectors. How could there be more? Inside the passage between the two worlds, Di Li was anxious. He tried his best to break through Zui Feng's defensive line, but he still couldn't succeed. Although Zui Feng's intelligence wasn't high, he was very strong. When Yang Kai first met Zui Feng in the 100-spirit continent, the Lian sisters had told him that a half-saint of demon race had offended Zui Feng. Zui Feng chased him for 3 years and beat the half-saint until he complained incessantly. In the end, it still ended in tragedy. Although Di Li was strong, he was still a half-saint. When Zui Feng went berserk, he was really afraid of him. The 2 half-saint level existences, 1 demon and 1 beast, were fighting desperately in the passage between the two worlds. The aftermath of the battle swept across and affected many demon race members who had come from the demon territory. Many demon race members died tragically on the spot, which indirectly reduced the pressure on Yang Kai. At this moment, the law of space surged around Yang Kai. He stretched out his hand and the invisible law of space shrouded the entire void corridor. The passage, which was already dark, became even more chaotic. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai was able to seal the passage between the two worlds when he escaped from the demon territory. In the past 10 years or so, he had been refining the universe and creating heaven and earth in the territory of the lower planes. His understanding and attainments in the law of space had more than doubled compared to before. The connection between the two worlds was gradually cut off, and the huge black hole in the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the battlefield, this scene was extremely eye-catching. Tens of millions of human demon race members saw it clearly. The expressions of many demon race members changed slightly. They had seen Yang Kai break into the passage between the two worlds alone before, And now, the passage between the two worlds had changed so much. How could they not know what he was doing? They immediately moved closer to the passage between the two worlds. How could Li Wui allow the demon race to do as they wished? As early as when Yang Kai rushed into the passage between the two worlds, the coiling dragon formation had already begun to change. Originally, the dragon's head and tail were connected, forming a huge circle around the battlefield, but now, the dragon's head was the first to reach the passage between the two worlds. It led the Jiaozi army to defend the passage between the two worlds, not allowing any demon race member to get close. With Li Wui and the coiling dragon formation blocking the outside and the wind gourd slashing inside, who could stop Yang Kai unless a half-saint appeared in the territory of the demon race? The black hole was originally a huge object, but it had shrunk by half in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After another incense stick of time, it shrunk by half again. After an hour, the black hole was only a few dozen feet wide. Yang Kai's figure appeared, standing beside the passage between the two worlds with one hand in front of him. The law of space around him fluctuated. A few miles away, Windchaser and Di Li were still entangled with each other. Li Wui, who was fighting fiercely with a half-saint of demon race, felt this power and couldn't help but turn his head to look back, a bitter smile appearing on his face. There was no need to prove it. Just by feeling the fluctuation of the law of space, he knew that Yang Kai had already surpassed him in terms of the law of space. His bitter smile disappeared as he focused. At this critical moment of life and death for the Star Realm, Yang Kai's breakthrough was naturally a great thing. After 10 breaths of time, the black hole suddenly shrank, quickly turning into a black dot the size of a needle, which Yang Kai grabbed in the palm of his hand. When he let go, even the black spot the size of a needle's eye disappeared. The passage between the two worlds that Kenyi had forcefully opened by using himself as a bridge existed for only a few days before it was sealed again by Yang Kai. On the battlefield, the cultivator of the Star Realm who saw this scene cheered loudly, his voice booming like thunder. They might not be able to participate in the important decisions of the various armies, but after fighting on the battlefield for so long, how could they not see the situation in front of them? As long as the passage between the two worlds existed, the demon race's reinforcements would be endless. The demon race had reinforcements to replenish their depleted forces, but the Star Realm didn't. The coiling dragon formation could no longer bear the burden and could collapse at any time. Once the formation collapsed, the various armies involved in setting it up would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Now that they saw Yang Kai cut off the demon race's reinforcements, they naturally felt excited without any worries. Li Wui smiled and ordered the personal guards beside him, "Open the formation." The Jiaozi army's flag was quickly raised and waved a few times in the air with a strange rhythm. In the next instant, the coiling dragon formation staggered. The demon race's army was overjoyed at the sight and rushed towards the gaps. They also saw that the passage between the two worlds had been sealed, so how could they not know that they were in danger? Now that they saw the countless gaps in the coiling dragon formation that had always been airtight, how could they not run for their lives? However, before they could rush out of the gaps, they bumped into several ferocious armies. More than 20 armies from the Star Realm had been waiting outside the coiling dragon formation for a long time. They were only waiting for the moment a gap opened in the formation to charge in. When the two sides met, the demon race was a little stunned, but the armies from the Star Realm were like tigers descending from the mountains. Previously, these armies had only been guarding the periphery, waiting for the enemies to be released from the formation. Now, they were actively charging into the formation. One side was passive, while the other side was active. The morale was completely different. More than 20 armies charged in from all directions, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The coiling dragon formation had new reinforcements, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that victory was only a matter of time. After the armies charged in, the coiling dragon formation once again closed in and reorganized itself, surrounding the battlefield. The kill flag fluttered in the wind as the GZ army surged into the battlefield like a flood of steel. Everywhere they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties, and were utterly defeated. Haiji took the lead, followed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi had his hands in his sleeves, his eyes drooping. He didn't seem to move, but any demon race soldiers who came within 10 feet of him were all knocked back by an invisible force, spitting out blood. After a while, Yang Kai finally met up with Haiji. He cupped his hands and said, "Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Di Li, who was still entangled with Zui Feng, and sneered, "Kill him." As soon as his words fell, he rushed straight towards Di Li with Liu Yang following closely behind. Her small body fluttered in the air, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance, her pair of big black and white eyes as clear as water. Di Li was startled. How could he dare to stay any longer? With a feint, he escaped and blended into the demon race's army. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Di Li had escaped, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up on pursuing him. The battlefield was too chaotic, so it wasn't convenient to chase after him. Not to mention, Di Li was a half-saint of demon race, so it wasn't that easy to kill him. He immediately gave up on the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, and led the GZ army to charge left and right on the battlefield. The overall situation had been decided. The real overall situation had been decided. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, surrounded by the coiling dragon formation. The demon race soldiers trapped in the formation had no way to escape. Apart from being gradually killed off, there was no other possibility. A long roar suddenly sounded from a certain part of the battlefield. The roar rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Many masters of the Star Boundary frowned and looked towards the source of the roar, only to see a tall and straight figure standing in the sky. His hair was as red as blood, and even his eyes were crimson. Such a clear indication that this person from the demon race was a blood demon. When the roar stopped, more than 20 figures flew out from all directions on the battlefield and gathered around the blood demon. These dozen or so demon race soldiers all exuded a monstrous demonic chi, indicating that they were all half-saint. Master. Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived beside Li Wuyi, looking at the many half-saint soldiers with a solemn expression. The demon race had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered countless casualties, yet the half-saint of demon race had suddenly gathered together in such a formation. Who knew what they were up to? Li Wuyi slowly shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. The great emperors were not here, so with so many demon saint soldiers joining forces, how could the Star Boundary ignore such a large lineup? More than 20 half-saint of demon race soldiers stood behind the blood demon. The blood demon looked at Li Wuyi from a distance, obviously knowing that Li Wuyi was the one in charge on the battlefield. After a while, the blood demon grinned at Li Wuyi, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture on his neck. Childish. Yang Kai sneered. Li Wuyi remained indifferent. However, to their surprise, after the blood demon made the gesture of cutting his neck, his figure flickered, and he turned into a bloody light, enveloped the half-saint beside him, and soared into the sky. Chapter 3696. Li Wuyi's expression changed as he quickly shouted, "Stop them!" A dense crowd of figures rose into the air as the light from their secret techniques and artifacts shot towards the blood-red light. But how could they stop it? The blood-red light only twisted a few times before evading all the attacks and breaking out of the encirclement by a hair's breadth. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small red dot. In the demon race, the shadow demon was the best at concealment, but in terms of escape techniques, if the blood demon were to claim second place, no demon race would dare claim first place. The blood escape technique was unparalleled in the world. Li Wuyi's face turned ashen. More than 20 members of the demon race were fleeing. Although it didn't seem like a lot, they were all half-saint. If they were to hide in the Star Boundary and commit crimes, it would inevitably set off a storm of blood. But at this time, no one could stop them. There were quite a few false emperors on the Star Boundary side, but after fighting for so many days, they were already exhausted. Not to mention whether they could catch up. Even if they did, what could they accomplish? "I'll go." Yang Kai's figure flickered and was about to move when Li Wuyi grabbed his arm and slowly shook his head. "There's no need to chase." Yang Kai asked, "Are we just going to let them escape?" Now that the situation was in their favor, if they didn't take this opportunity to exterminate them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Li Wuyi said, What can you do by yourself? He gestured towards the two sides fighting below and said, "This is the most important thing right now." Yang Kai also knew that what he said made sense, but he was still unwilling to watch so many half-saint of demon race escape. Li Wuyi saw through his thoughts and advised, "It won't be too late to deal with them after the battle here is over. They are all half-saint of demon race. It's fine if they hide, but if they dare to show their faces in public, their whereabouts will be immediately exposed." Yang Kai gently nodded and said suspiciously, "Why did they run away so decisively?" Although the passage between the two worlds had been sealed by him, the demon race still had the strength to fight. If they continued to fight like this, even if Astral Realm won, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, those 10 or so half-saint of the demon race immediately fled as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, ignoring the millions of demon race soldiers. Without these half-saint, how could the already disadvantaged demon race contend against the astral world army? It could be said that although the half-saint of demon race's escape left a hidden danger in the astral plane, it was a great help in this battle. If one were to say that he was a brave warrior cutting off his wrist, the price he had to pay was a little too high. Moreover, Li Wuyi's words were not without reason. The demon race had demonic qi lingering all over their bodies, and their characteristics were obvious. If they fled this time, it would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, they would definitely be surrounded by Astral Realm's powerhouses, so it was not a big deal. Yang Kai could not figure out what the demon race was doing. While he was pondering, Li Wuyi suddenly frowned. "The situation is not right." Yang Kai was startled and looked in the direction of Li Wuyi's gaze. On the battlefield below, countless demon race demonic qi soared into the sky. Countless demon race soldiers seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, attacking all living things around them. Their targets were not only the astral world army, but also their companions. The demon race was like this, the demon general was like this, the demon commanders were like this, and even many demon kings were not spared. In just an instant, the eyes of all the demon race had turned red, and they no longer cared about their own kin, only knowing how to kill. The demon race army, which was already at a disadvantage, became even more precarious. Although the half-saint of demon race had retreated from the battlefield, the remaining demon race soldiers were still a force to be reckoned with. But now, in their madness, the demon race was actually slaughtering each other. Not to mention Li Wuyi and Yang Kai, even the soldiers fighting the demon race below were dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, the demon race had suffered countless casualties. Li Wuyi and Yang Kai glanced at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. However, this was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, and Li Wuyi immediately ordered his personal guards to change banners. Yang Kai's figure also flashed, and he withdrew from the GZ army. "Master, what's going on?" Haiji asked anxiously. He had also seen the changes around him, and he was completely confused. "I don't know, let's retreat first." Yang Kai looked around, found the weakest spot, and led the GZ army in that direction. Everyone was drenched in blood, and their killing intent surged to the heavens. The GZ army wasn't the only one retreating. The various armies that saw Li Wuyi's banner also retreated from the battlefield. On the battlefield, the 55 armies transformed into 55 armored torrents, crushing the demon race in front of them and slaughtering their way to victory. The armies gradually retreated from the battlefield, and Li Wuyi's Jiaozi army was the last to retreat. When they turned around, the sounds of killing still hadn't stopped. However, there wasn't a single human left on the battlefield. Everyone was from the demon race. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What's going on?" Xie Wuwei muttered. Who the hell knew what was going on? Yang Kai couldn't give an answer. No one had expected such a situation. The coiling dragon formation had already dispersed. On the Jiaozi army's side, Li Wuyi was also at a loss. Victory came too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. It was precisely because of this suddenness that they felt uneasy. If the situation continued to develop, the demon race on the battlefield would eventually stop killing each other. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and looked at Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya were confused by his gaze. "What's wrong? Are you guys okay?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Kai wanted to ask them about the sudden change in the demon race. The two half-saints shook their heads. Even their avatars didn't react. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand. Two figures appeared in front of him. In the small sealed world, the second territory had been separated and turned into stars. Yang Kai had left it in the lower star territory. There were still many demon race living in the third territory. Bo Ya, Hualun, and Mo Sheng were among them. Bo Ya had always been by his side. Hualun was forcibly taken into the small sealed world by him. As for Mo Sheng, his origins were clear. However, Yang Kai always felt that there was something wrong with this guy. That was why when he released the demon race in the small sealed world, he deliberately left him behind and ordered Bo Ya to monitor his movements. Now that he had summoned Bo Ya, the demon king, Yang Kai wanted to confirm his conjecture. When the two of them appeared, they were at a loss for a moment before hurriedly saluting. But before Yang Kai could ask anything, Boya suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. Hualun was even more unbearable, his eyes turning bloodshot as his demonic chi surged, sending a palm strike towards Boya. Yang Kai was already prepared. How could he let him hurt Bo Ya? He grabbed Hualun with one hand and his demonic chi surged, sealing his cultivation. Hualun didn't seem to notice that he was captured by Yang Kai. He still had a ferocious look on his face. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh even if he died. Everyone around him was shocked. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya looked at Hualun with solemn expressions. Master. Bo Ya bit her red lips tightly, bleeding from them. Her expression was difficult, as if she was resisting something. She and Hualun were both mid-rank demon kings. Hualun's strength was lower than hers, so he went crazy faster than her. Although Bo Ya could still resist, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Yang Kai saw this and understood. His divine sense surged and he took Bo Ya and Hualun into the sealed world bead. Not long after entering the sealed world bead, the redness in Bo Ya's eyes gradually receded and she slowly recovered. However, her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite curves. She was panting heavily and looked exhausted, as if she had just experienced a shocking battle. Hualun was the same. His red eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced at Bo Ya, who was kneeling on the ground and panting, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" He couldn't remember what had just happened at all. Bo Ya ignored him because Yang Kai's voice had already sounded in her mind, asking about the incident just now. After thinking carefully, Bo Ya said weakly, "I seem to have heard a voice in my mind, and then I couldn't control myself. After a while, I'm afraid." She was afraid that she would become like Hualun and not recognize anyone. Just thinking about it made Bo Ya shudder. That feeling of not being able to control herself was too terrifying, as if she had become a marionette. What kind of voice was it? Yang Kai asked. Bo Ya shook her head. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai could only give up. Outside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai told the two half-saint of demon race about what he had just discovered. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya both paled. Bai Zhuo asked, "So, this incident was man-made?" Bo Ya had heard a voice in her mind and her temperament had changed greatly. If this wasn't man-made, then what was? But what kind of person could have such a shocking divine technique that could affect so many members of the demon race at once? He and Bai Ya were not affected, probably because of their high strength. Under half-saint, even many demon kings could not resist the power of that voice. So, when Bo Ya and Hualun were released by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, they were affected. Can a demon saint do such a thing? Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhuo said, "The saint seniors are omnipotent. Their cultivation is not something we can speculate about." It was as good as not saying anything. Obviously, they were not sure whether this matter was caused by a demon saint, but if they thought about it carefully, it was not very likely. The 10 demon saints had fled after appearing. If they had really left behind some kind of backup plan, the great emperors would not have been unaware. Although they did not know what the demon race was up to, at least they now understood how this incident happened. Yang Kai was about to tell Li Wuyi this news when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Not good. Master, why are you so flustered?" Haiji asked. "Where is Yu Meng's army stationed?" Yang Kai turned to Su Yang and asked. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed greatly. In the Western Territory, not only were there demon race troops from the demon territory, but also the 55 armies from the star boundary. There was also another army that had not shown up yet: Yu Meng, Bai Li Mo, and Chang Tian. Chapter 3697. This army not only included the elite masters of the 3 demon saints' territories, but also those who had been absorbed by the 3 demon saint in the past 10 years. This army had a total of 2 million people. However, because they were all members of the demon race, Li Wuyi didn't feel at ease using them in today's battle, so he ordered them to stay put. Now, the demon race on the battlefield had gone crazy, and even the 2 demon kings summoned by Yang Kai from the small sealed world were not spared. What would happen to the 2 million army? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Yang quickly pointed in a direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, leaving behind a voice, "Quickly report this matter to Army Commander Li." Thousands of kilometers away, the place where Yu Meng and the others were stationed was already in chaos. When Yang Kai arrived, he saw the 2 million soldiers howling and roaring below. The camp was in a mess, and the corpses of the demon race were strewn everywhere. The ground was soaked in blood. Many members of the demon race went berserk, and their eyes turned red as they attacked everything around them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't spared. Amidst the chaos, almost 30 figures had gathered together and stood in the sky. All of them were staring blankly at the ground below, and their eyes were filled with loss and sorrow. Shockingly, all of them were half-saint realm experts. These nearly 30 half-saints were half-saint subordinates of Yu Meng and the other 3 saint venerables. There were also several half-saints captured by Yang Kai when he devoured the demon saint Kai Yang's territory. Although these half-saints were loyal to the flame demon Kai Yang, they fell into the hands of Yu Meng and the others. They had their own ways to make them obediently submit and not be disloyal. At this moment, these 30-odd half-saint soldiers were not affected at all. Just like by Zhuo and by Ya, everything was fine. However, the sudden change in the army left the half-saint soldiers dumbfounded. There was no way to stop it. 2 million people going crazy at the same time, how could they stop it? Unless they were all killed. But could they kill all of them? They did not know how to explain to the 3 saint venerables when they returned. On the other side, there were over 100 figures sitting cross-legged. Demonic chi roiled around their bodies as demonic will surged. Yang Kai scanned these people with his divine sense and immediately knew that they were all high-rank demon kings. They were obviously affected as well, but their strength was still high, so they hadn't completely lost their minds. They were struggling to resist. However, looking at their posture, Yang Kai estimated that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they went crazy. His figure flickered as he arrived above the heads of the high-rank demon kings and shouted, "Don't resist." Sweeping his hand downwards, Yang Kai's divine sense swept out like a tide, wrapping up the hundreds of high-rank demon kings. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, many of the demon kings who were struggling to resist had disappeared, all of them taken into his sealed world bead. "Master." The Lian sisters flew over, and when they saw Yang Kai, it was as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly begged, "Master, please save them. I don't know why they suddenly became like this." Yang Kai did not waste any time and nodded, "I came precisely for this matter." Saying so, he waved his hand and dozens of streams of light shot towards the half-saint soldiers, one for each of them. Many half-saint soldiers stretched out their hands and caught them. They discovered that it was a longan-sized bead. It didn't have any energy fluctuations, so they didn't know what it was. They all raised their heads and looked at young Kai suspiciously. You all know what the sealed world bead is. This thing has the same function as the sealed world bead. It can store living creatures and can be used without refining them. Let's split up and save as many as we can. The half-saint soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this, and all of them clenched the one realm bead in their hands tightly. Yang Kai had already rushed into the army. His divine sense surged, and wherever he passed, the demon race soldiers disappeared. They were all taken into his sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had its own rules for accepting living people. As long as they did not resist, the consumption would not be too great. It would just be the amount of energy needed to open the sealed world bead's barrier, but if the person being accepted did not cooperate and resisted, the amount of energy needed to open the barrier would increase dramatically. Depending on the strength of the person resisting, the amount of energy consumed would vary. And if the person's strength exceeded Yang Kai's, then Yang Kai would be powerless. He vaguely remembered that when he first stored the behemoth embodiment into his sealed world bead, he was exhausted in an instant. The One Realm bead was an imitation of the sealed world bead, so it naturally followed this rule. Among the frenzied demon race soldiers present, none of them were stronger than a half-saint, so the One Realm bead could definitely play a role in the hands of a half-saint. And Yang Kai's current soul cultivation was far beyond that of an ordinary half-saint, so even if the demon race didn't cooperate, they couldn't delay their fate of being captured. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the half-saint soldiers scattered and ran around the battlefield, using the One Realm bead in their hands to collect the frenzied demon race. A moment later, the sealed world bead had transformed into a rolling beast. Its huge round body covered the sky and earth. It opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed down, causing a large number of demon race soldiers to disappear. However, this was the star boundary, so Yang Kai didn't dare to let the rolling beast devour everything. Otherwise, if it swallowed the entire star boundary, he would become an eternal sinner. So, even if the rolling beast appeared, it couldn't solve the problem in a short time. In addition, the more than 2 million demon race soldiers were too scattered, so it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. The half-saint soldiers spared no effort and were burning with anxiety. They all knew that every time they collected a member, they could reduce the number of casualties. However, there was a limit to human strength. Even for someone as strong as a half-saint, forcibly collecting demon race soldiers without their cooperation would consume an unimaginable amount of soul power. After a short while, the faces of the half-saint soldiers turned pale. This was a sign that they had exhausted their divine sense. And looking at the battlefield, there were still half of them that hadn't been collected. Fortunately, at this time, Li Wui led a large number of legion commanders to rush over. Li Wui had received Yang Kai's report. After learning that he had come here, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He immediately ordered the various legions to wait for orders and the legion commanders to follow him. Just in time to see the pale faces of the half-saint soldiers. After a brief understanding of the situation, Li Wui found more than 30 legion commanders with slightly stronger soul powers to replace the half-saint soldiers and continue to collect people. After bustling about for a long time, all the demon race soldiers who were still alive were collected. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. Seeing the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't take a detailed count, in this incident, at least 500,000 demon race soldiers had died. The casualty rate was as high as 20%. Such heavy casualties were simply inexplicable. Just now, he was busy collecting people and didn't have time to investigate. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to investigate the situation inside the small sealed world. After being collected into the small sealed world, the crazed demon race soldiers gradually regained their senses and no longer attacked everywhere. Only then did Yang Kai feel relieved. Since the situation inside the small sealed world was like this, the situation inside the One Realm bead must be the same. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the One Realm bead he had painstakingly refined in the star territory would come in handy so quickly, and in such a way at that. Master. The Lian sisters flew over and quickly adjusted their breathing. Although they hadn't fully recovered, their complexions were at least much better, no longer as pale as before. "Where are the 3 Saint Seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "The 10 demon saint soldiers from the demon territory are here. They've gone to chase after the others." The Lian sisters' expressions became solemn when they heard this, and they asked again, "What happened just now? Does Master know?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I don't know. I asked a demon king and he only said that a voice suddenly sounded in his mind and he couldn't control himself." The Lian sisters' expressions changed again as they glanced at each other in disbelief. They didn't hear any voice, but they knew that Yang Kai wouldn't fool them about this kind of thing. "This matter needs to be investigated carefully before we can come to a conclusion. When the 3 Saint Seniors return, I'll ask them." At this point, there was no other choice, so the Lian sisters gently nodded. Li Wuyi beckoned to Yang Kai and Yang Kai flew over. Li Wuyi gestured to the many corps commanders and said, "Why are you still holding on to it? Return it to them and let Yang Kai take away the demon race." The group of corps commanders glanced at each other, none of them moving. However, several corps commanders smiled meaningfully at Li Wuyi while others looked eagerly at Yang Kai. They had just experienced the benefits of the One Realm bead, so how could they be willing to return it now? They couldn't wait to put it all away and never take it out again. Yang Kai obviously knew what they were thinking and chuckled, "Time was tight, so I couldn't refine too many. There's not enough to go around for now, but I'll refine more in the future when I have some free time. I'll make sure that every corps gets one." The group still didn't move. Since there wasn't enough to go around, there must be someone who came first. Everyone wanted to be the first to get their hands on the One Realm bead. "You're not young anymore. Don't you have any shame?" Li Wuyi said with a straight face. Seeing him like this, the corps commanders reluctantly handed the One Realm bead to Yang Kai. Every One Realm bead contained a lot of demon race that had just been collected. Yang Kai transferred all of the demon race into the small sealed world. These One Realm beads would eventually be handed over to the various corps commanders, so naturally, there couldn't be any remnants of the demon race in them. When it was Bing Yun's turn, Yang Kai looked up and saw Bing Yun looking at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly and transferred the demon race into the small sealed world. He then immediately returned the One Realm bead to her. "Senior, this is a token of my filial piety on behalf of Su Yang." Bing Yun said, "This isn't appropriate, is it?" She took it with a smile. "How could it be inappropriate?" Of course. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. "Kid, don't forget which family's elder you are." When Zishan handed the One Realm bead over but didn't let go, he kept winking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. "Temple Master, this One Realm bead is my contribution to the temple." When Zishan laughed, "You're worth teaching." Chapter 3698. The remaining commanders looked at each other, speechless. One of the commanders stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Lord Yang, I have a disciple who is in the prime of her youth. She's beautiful and virtuous, and she's still unmarried. She admires heroes the most. I think Lord Yang is a good match for her, so I'm willing to matchmake the two of you. What do you think, Lord Yang?" The commanders turned to look at him indignantly, but this person said sternly, "Men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. What's wrong with that?" Another army commander stepped forward and said, "Sir Yang, I have 63 unmarried women in my clan. They are all different in temperament. When you have time later, you can come to my place and I will call them over. You can take your pick." Yang Kai was completely speechless. He knew that the One Realm bead in his hand was truly enviable. Otherwise, these two commanders wouldn't have put down their pride like this. Seeing that the others were ready to act as matchmakers for him, Yang Kai hurriedly gave all the One Realm beads to Li Wuyi. "Let him have a headache." As expected, Li Wuyi was immediately surrounded. The commanders tried to reason with him, but they all wanted to get a One Realm bead from Li Wuyi. Yang Kai removed himself from the matter and looked at the messy battlefield around him. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. The demon race had gone crazy for no reason, and there were countless casualties. This was a good thing for this war, but this was definitely a conspiracy. No one could be at ease until they found out what this conspiracy was. But now that the great emperors weren't here, how difficult would it be to find out what was going on? It was at this moment that Yang Kai felt a throbbing in his heart, causing his expression to change. Millions of kilometers away, in the sky above Black Frost City in the Northern Territory, two figures stood silently. One radiated righteousness, the other radiated demonic intent. In the sky above this small, unknown city, the astral Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Demon Territory's #1 demon saint, Endless Wilds, had both appeared, silently confronting each other. After several days of chasing and exchanging blows, the two had finally chased each other all the way from the Western Territory to this place. Here, Endless Wilds stopped, an enigmatic smile on his face as he quietly looked at Zhong Wuhen. Zhong Wuhen turned his head and looked around. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had nowhere to hide. Endless Wilds had inexplicably stopped here, leaving Zhong Wuhen puzzled. Inferring from the previous situation, Endless Wilds seemed to have come straight here, but what was so special about this place that could attract the attention of a demon saint? Although Zhong Wuhen was one of the great emperors of Astral, he wasn't omniscient. At the very least, he couldn't see what kind of chess game the demon saint was playing, so he could only react accordingly. Recalling the scene when the demon saint appeared, Zhong Wuhen faintly felt that there was a shocking conspiracy waiting for Astral. Endless Wilds had come here and didn't leave, but what about the other 9 demon saint? Did they also go somewhere else? What did the demon saint want to do? Although he didn't know, the only thing he was certain of was that the demon saint had entered Astral Boundary. Although it was dangerous, it also put the great emperors of Astral Boundary into a passive situation. The small city below was not big, with only a few 100,000 people living there. There were very few cultivators above the Origin King realm. Such a small city was lacking in resources, so it naturally couldn't attract masters. What's more, Astral Boundary had been recruiting everywhere for more than a decade, so most of the few Origin Kings in Profound Frost City had joined the army. Therefore, even though Endless Wilds and Zhong Wuhen had been here for a while, no one in the city below had discovered their tracks. Since Endless Wilds didn't make a move, Zhong Wuhen didn't want to make a move casually. Facing the #1 demon saint in Demon Territory, even though he was in Astral Boundary, Zhong Wuhen didn't dare to lower his guard. Once he made a move, he would have to go all out. When the aftermath of the battle spread, how many people in the small city below could survive? Unless he could find a flaw in Endless Wilds and give him a fatal blow. In the silent confrontation, Zhong Wuhen's face was indifferent, but Endless Wilds' expression was somewhat dignified. It wasn't that Endless Wilds didn't want to fight Zhong Wuhen. If there was a fair environment, the two of them would probably be evenly matched. However, this was the star boundary after all, so there were some subtle differences between the natural laws of heaven and earth here and in the demon domain. Zhong Wuhen was also someone who was blessed by the natural laws of heaven and earth, someone who was recognized by the natural laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Huang Wuji was an invading demon, and the natural laws of heaven and earth held enmity towards him. Zhong Wuhen was also full of confidence. If Endless Wilds didn't run away, he was confident that he could severely injure this demon at a certain price. However, the hundreds of thousands of people in the small city below made him unable to make a move easily. The great emperors had been recognized by the world, so they were the protectors of this world. If they didn't have this heart to protect, how could the world recognize them? Talk. Zhong Wuhen was the first to break the silence. Endless Wilds said lightly, "What advice do the great emperors have for me? I don't dare to give advice. I only hope that the two worlds will be peaceful, and that there will be no more innocent death." Endless Wilds smiled. The war has already begun, and the casualties of the two worlds are incalculable. Who can let go of the blood feud? The great emperors are deceiving themselves. Zhong Wuhen said, "The demon race will retreat from Astral Boundary, seal the passage between the two worlds, and never step into Astral Boundary again. The war will end here. Do you think that's possible?" Endless Wilds laughed lightly. "Everything depends on effort." Zhong Wuhen usually used his fists to talk to others. This was one of the few times he tried to reason with others. However, if he wanted to avoid more casualties in astral boundary, this was the only way. I know that the demon race's territory won't last for long. They invaded astral boundary just to find a place to live. In fact, there's no need to do this. If there's another world for the demon race to live in, why start a war between the two worlds? As one of the great emperors, he naturally knew what Yang Kai's plan was. The so-called other world was the territory that the sealed world bead had swallowed. Endless Wilds shook his head slowly. You don't understand. It's useless to tell you. Zhong Wu Hen frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Endless Wilds suddenly opened his arms and said softly, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish. At first, his voice was not loud, but after he said the first sentence, his voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the world. Not only that, there were 9 other people's voices that echoed and mixed together, but there was no sense of confusion. It was as if the same person was using 10 different tones to say the same sentence. In an instant, the entire world was filled with this sentence. Billions of living beings looked up at the sky in fear. At this moment, Kai Yang's heart was throbbing with excitement. On the battlefield in Western Territory, many Legion commanders were gathered around Li Wuyi. In order to obtain the One Realm bead first, they were arguing until their faces were red. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish. When the voice was heard, the world was silent and the noise stopped. Everyone looked up at the sky. With Li Wuyi at the lead, the Legion commanders looked extremely solemn. Although the 10 voices were mixed together, one of them was particularly loud and clear. The Legion commanders had heard Endless Wild's voice before, so they naturally recognized him immediately. 10 demon saint voices could be heard in the astral plane. How shocking was this? Not good. Yang Kai's expression changed. What's wrong? Li Wuyi asked anxiously. Although he knew that something bad must have happened, he had no idea what it was. However, judging from Yang Kai's tone, he seemed to have sensed something. It was not that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai had inherited the recognition of heaven and earth from the great emperors, so he had a unique perception of heaven and earth. Barrier of heaven and earth. Yang Kai said a few words before his expression suddenly changed again. He turned his head and looked not far away. Not far away, the corpses of the demon race were rolling with demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 corpses gathered together to form a dense black demonic chi, which turned into a dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail and rushed into the sky. This was not only the case on the battlefield nearby, but also on the battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds. Yu Meng and the others' army only suffered 500,000 casualties, but on the main battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds, the demon race had suffered more than 10 million casualties. In just a few days, the number of people killed by the Star Boundary Army had reached 10 million, and the number of people killed by each other was likely no less than this number. Tens of millions of demon race corpses were strewn across the ground, and demonic chi gushed out from the incomplete corpses and gathered in one place. As far as the eye could see, the heaven and earth there were pitch black. Dense demonic energy soared into the sky, and an incomparably huge pitch-black pillar towered into the sky. It was as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. With a bang, the column exploded and split into 10 directions, turning into 10 black tides that quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone could clearly see that the 10 directions were the same as the 10 demon saints' escape routes. Li Wuyi's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly took out a space spirit bead and sent out a message. He wanted to ask Zhong Wu Hen what had happened and inform him of the changes here. Unfortunately, after the message was sent out, there was no response at all. At this moment, how could Zhong Wu Hen have the time to reply? After Huang Wuji shouted those inexplicable words, Zhong Wu Hen suddenly waved his hand, and a blood-red flag appeared out of thin air, covering mysterious Frost City below. The Iron Blood War flag. The manifestation of Zhong Wu Hen's cultivation could almost be said to be his symbol. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to attack Huang Wuji, but he couldn't ignore the hundreds of thousands of lives below, so he could only think of a way to get the people of mysterious Frost City away first. When the hundreds of thousands of lives looked up, they saw the sky covered by a dark red color, and they immediately panicked. The Iron Blood War flag enveloped the small city, and then it turned into a red light that sped away into the distance. There was not a single living creature in the city. All the creatures, including the kittens and puppies, were swept away by the war flag. It was not until more than 10 breaths later that the residents of mysterious Frost City gradually saw the light of day again. The dark red light that enveloped them gradually disappeared, and they all appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around, and no one knew where this place was. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.